Good evening and welcome to the Township of Chatham Township Committee meeting for Thursday, December 14th, 2017. Greg, has adequate notice been given?
Yes, adequate notice of this meeting of the Township Committee was given as required by the Open Public Meetings Act as follows. Notice was given to both the Chatham Courier and the Morris County Daily Record on January 6, 2017. Notice was posted on the bulletin board in the main hallway of the municipal building on January 6, 2017, and notice was filed with the Township Clerk on January 6, 2017.
Would you please stand for the flag salute? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Solin?
Here.
Mr. Kelly?
Here.
Mr. Sullivan?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Schwartz?
Here.
Mayor Ritter?
Here. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Tonight, before we begin our meeting, or as we begin our meeting here, we have a special occasion. This is one of the great honors I have as mayor and all prior mayors have had as well. It's giving recognition to our police department, and in particular our police officers. And in this case, we have Scott Herchick, who is going to be sworn in today officially as sergeant. Scott, you want to come a little closer so people can see you as I talk about you? In 2003, Scott joined the Chatham Township Police Department as a civilian communications dispatcher. 3 years later, in July of 2006, he was hired as a full-time police officer, graduating in December of that year from the Morris County Police Academy as a member of the 68th Basic Police Class. From the time of his graduation until January of 2014, Scott was assigned to the Patrol Division. In January of 2014, he was recognized for his hard work in patrol by being reassigned to the Detectives Bureau. During his time as a detective, Scott was reassigned to the Morris County Prosecutor's Office to be a part of a large and highly successful drug investigation resulting in numerous arrests throughout the county. In September of 2016, Scott rejoined the Patrol Division, becoming the officer in charge of his own squad for most of this year. Since joining the police department, Scott has had many responsibilities. He is a certified field training officer, firearms instructor, police carbine rifle instructor, defensive tactics instructor, active shooter instructor, emergency medical technician, method of instruction instructor, and an advanced law enforcement rapid response instructor. In addition to all of his work responsibilities, Scott is the immediate past president of PBA 170 and was a member of its executive board for the last 10 years. He was also a member of the Montville Volunteer Fire Department, where he served from 1997 until he completed his service as chief of the agency in 2012. He is the recipient of a 2007 Life Saving Award. He holds numerous chief certificates of achievement for outstanding police work, and perhaps his biggest career achievement yet was the privilege he had earlier this year in assisting with the post-delivery of a baby in a Chatham home. Scott, who is a resident of Chatham Township, is joined tonight by his wife Tracy, son Wyatt, mother Barbara, grandmother Julia, aunts Irene and Jamie, uncle Artie, brother Brian, a sergeant with the Mendham Township Police Department, cousin Justin, a detective with the Morris Township Police Department, and cousin Jason, a captain with the Newark Fire Department. So with that, Scott, with these prepared remarks, I just want to extend my personal congratulations to you for your hard work, your dedication on behalf of all the residents of Chatham Township. I think you're an example not only to your fellow police officers, but certainly to all residents in our township, and it's so great to see you get this honor tonight, and I congratulate you wholeheartedly. Anyone want to say anything?
Scott, I would just like to say congratulations. I can't add to any of your accomplishments, obviously, but I can certainly attest to what a great addition you've been to our community, to the fact that you love us so much in Chatham Township that you've chosen to become one of us here in Chatham Township by moving with your family, your beautiful family that I get to see in ShopRite all the time, because that's where I am all the time. But to say thank you for the sacrifices that you've made, and for Tracy, to you. I know it's worrisome being a police officer's wife, and just to say thanks for all you do for the community and for what you will do now in your new and advanced role. Congratulations and thanks for your service to the folks.
Scott, I just like to offer my congratulations, and certainly just say thank you to your brothers and sisters in blue. You guys do a tremendous job in town, well respected, very friendly. You always treat the citizens right, and we know because we hear a lot of feedback from that. So thank you to your service, and thank you for your leadership, and look forward to more years of great service to the township. Thank you.
I guess we'll do the swearing in now, and then at the conclusion of the swearing in, we'll do a group photo, and then I understand there's some great cake that the chief was baking, I guess, this afternoon. Is that right? Now, afterwards, there'll be a reception in the back in the cafeteria. Chair. Repeat after me. I, Scott Herchek,
I, Scott Herchek,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will bear true faith
and I will bear true faith
and allegiance to
and
the same
allegiance to the same
and to the government established in the United States
and the government established in the United States
and in this state
and in this state
under the authority of the people.
under the authority of the people.
I do further solemnly swear
I do further solemnly swear
that I will faithfully,
that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly perform
and justly perform
all the duties of the office
all the duties of the office
of police sergeant
of police sergeant
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. Get the committee in. Chief? Chief? Ready? Congratulations, Wyatt. Okay, we can
can move to the back of the building now.
All right, we're going to take a few-minute break here. Join our sergeant, our newest sergeant in the back for some cake. All right, welcome back to the meeting. We're going to start off with our reports for the evening. We'll start with Typhoon.
Here.
Reports.
Reports. Okay. Two things I want to report. And number one is I just sworn in again, and I hope I won't sworn in again until end of 2019. And so I'm happy and proud to be here, and I will work hard to do a good job for you guys. And also we attended the New Jersey League of Municipalities conference in November with Deputy Mayor Karen Schwartz. And it was a very informative and good meetings, and we learned a lot, and hopefully we'll apply what we learned to our town and use that knowledge for that. So that's all.
Thank you much. Mike?
Thank you, Mayor. Couple words about the DPW. They had their chance to deal with the first snow of the season, 2 separate snowstorms this year and this week, and they did an excellent job. So congratulations to the men and the women of the DPW. And I guess that gives an opportunity to just put out a quick request to all the homeowners. If you have a sidewalk in front of your house, please take care of shoveling the snow. There's no ordinance in town that requires you to do it. It's just a request on part of your community spirit and in consideration of students and adults who are out for walking and would really benefit from it. So please consider that. The compost area, good news. We've learned that we can extend the compost season, and with the leaves kind of hanging on the trees late this year, that's good news for everybody. So the compost area will be open for Saturday the 16th and Saturday the 23rd. So to help clean up for the end of the fall season. And then a last seasonal note. One of the things the DPW did this week was to plug the 2 ice skating rinks over at Nash Field. Now they just have to we all have to wait for some rain and some cold weather to create the ice, but the preparations for winter are upon us. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Kevin?
Thank you, Mayor. Myself and Lieutenant Miller attended an OEM meeting, emergency management meeting. One of the items that obviously they're working on a lot of communication upgrades for the county, but one of the items there that they had spoken in detail was about Smart 911. I don't know if any other members of the public have heard Smart 911, but 911 deals with basically cell phones. More and more people are using cell phones. Many people are going away from a home phone. Obviously, you dial 911 in your house or somewhere. There's no address that pops up on your cell phone. So this is a registry that allows you to put in a lot of information. You can put in multiple phones, but it also allows you to put in critical information that may be essential to first responders, emergency responders, such as, it could be a number of things. It's a broad-based category. Maybe you have a child who is autistic and they react negatively to the sounds of sirens. If the 911 operator sees that, they can alert the responders. So you can put a number of things in there, medications. It is only accessible if you dial 911. Your information obviously is private. No one has access to it until you dial 911 and the operator gets to pull it up. So we'll be looking to, you can go now and just pull it up on the web and punch in Smart 911 if you feel so inclined to put in your information, but we're also looking to put a link on it on our website as well. So a very effective tool, particularly for people who more and more are relying on their cell phones and going away from their landline. So also, Mr. Mayor, if you'll just indulge me for a minute or two, we had a couple of opportunities to meet with some elected officials. And tonight we're going to be talking about, obviously, in a minute, Dixie-Dale. A big portion of that component is wrapped around affordable housing. As we have said in public, we've had some very spirited and engaging public meetings. Members of the committee, Mike and myself and other members of the committee, Karen, and the planning board members, whether in large groups or in small groups individually. And as I say, the more and more you talk about affordable housing, as we have for the last year, here in executive session, many times until late night, the more you talk about it, the more your head spins. And I have said for a long time about affordable housing, which many of you have questioned why we're doing what we're doing with Dixie Dale. I would just say to you, people say, well, what can I do? What can I do? And I say, well, Trenton has abdicated on this issue for a long time. They have walked away from the issue. They don't want to deal with the issue. They've left it up to the municipalities. They've left it up to the courts. And I will just read off a list of bills to you, or some of them. There's many more, and for good reason. And I think I just would like to reach, everyone said, what can we do? Well, call your assemblyman. Call Assemblyman Jaycee and McCune, Senator Cody in our district, 27th district. There are a number of bills that have sat in committee. They haven't gone anywhere over the past year or longer. They never get out of committee. They go to committee and they die. And this is what they do in Trenton. So several of the bills, Assembly Bill 4666, it imposes a moratorium on affordable housing litigation through the end of this year. Obviously, we're running out of time on that. 4667 establishes Affordable Housing Obligation Study Commission. 4929 waives certain inspection fees for municipality-owned affordable housing developments. Bill 5025 requires COA to administer affordable housing obligations to municipalities based on statewide obligation. 5026 provides housing obligation caps. 5027 requires COA to calculate affordable housing obligations on a statewide basis. 5028 establishes additional factors for municipal adjustment used in calculating fair share affordable housing obligations, provides population-based caps for these obligations. 5029 prohibits affordable housing obligation exemptions for urban aid municipalities. Imagine that. So areas that are receiving municipal aid are exempt unless they decide to provide affordable housing from having to provide affordable housing. You have million-dollar condos being built in Jersey City that are going up 40 stories tall. No affordable housing. How does that happen? So, anyway, I encourage all of you, as we've had questions about this and why and what we're doing, to certainly raise those issues with our assembly members. I just want to say it's been quite a year. Sometimes we don't look back and reflect on what we've done this year, so if you allow me just to do a little bit of I don't know, some might say grandstanding, but I'm just going to call it reflecting on what has gone on in the last year, and if you'll all just, sometimes it's good to think back on what we've accomplished.
Sure.
Certainly the budget is always a good story. Tom always tells a good story. We've had our auditor review here. The auditor's confirmation of the ease and the use of the transparency of our website on all the financial information in the budget data. We've continued our road improvement program, including stormwater drainage upgrades. It's made a huge difference in many communities, and that work will continue to go on in the future. We've again made recreational improvements at Colony Pool and Shunpike Park. We've dealt with navigating the affordable housing three-ring circus that I just spoke about, and many late night executive sessions here, and working out our Vernon Grove settlements. The hiring and the promotions that we've seen here tonight have been, we've really added some good staff to the municipality, and I just want to say, Mayor, that your efforts in suicide prevention, supporting the fire department, Turkey Trot, and recognizing township veterans is excellent. And one of the things also, again tonight, our ordinance 2017-20, the Watershed Protection Act ordinance, once again out in front in protecting and preserving our watershed and protecting our town. So thank you all. Thank you to the committee, and thank you to all our wonderful volunteers who serve the town on our commissions, boards, committees, and serve in our emergency responders, fire departments, etc., and our outstanding professionals and our municipal staff. It's really been an excellent year, and we have a lot to be thankful for. And just wanted to say before the night wears on, Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year to everyone. So, sorry, a little long-winded there, maybe still some of your
Not at all.
chatter, but thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Kevin. Karen?
And unlike me, I'll keep it short then. How do you like that?
That was the idea.
Actually, Kevin, if you could, for the benefit of the folks, tell us how you came upon the list of those affordable housing bills that are sitting and wallowing in our legislative branch? Did you Google affordable housing legislature?
No, I did not.
Or-
I had had a conversation with Assemblyman Bucco. I had contacted him last year for what I thought should be, if we're going to have affordable housing. Everyone thinks affordable housing is for people in your town. That was the original intent of Mount Laurel. I had spoken to Assemblyman Bucco about that. My thoughts, there was a bill in the Assembly on veterans having priority for affordable housing, which certainly is a noble goal. It was disabled veterans. They should be at the top of the list statewide. Veterans next should be at the top of the list statewide. And then after that, it should be the people who are serving our town. It should be our municipal workers who live here, who don't live here, but work here, should have an opportunity. If we're going to make affordable housing available, they should have an opportunity to live here. They should have the first chance to live here if they meet the income guidelines as set forth by affordable housing. They should be next in line. After that, it should be our emergency workers and our volunteer firemen who are part of LoSAP or some accountability program. They should be next in line to be in affordable housing. Many of you probably don't know, but most of our volunteer firemen no longer live in Chatham Township. They live in other towns. And they come here, they serve because of the camaraderie and for other reasons. But that should be the priority in affordable housing. It should go back to the original intent of Mount Laurel and serving the people in your town. And it no longer does that. And people have said, well, why not a 55 and older community? Why don't you do this? Why? It doesn't work that way. Okay, we'd like to do several of those things. It just doesn't work that way. So I'll get off my affordable housing.
Well, and I ask where you found the
Well, I'm
list
sorry, I didn't answer
of-
the question. So it was Assemblyman Bucco's office. I asked them, well, what is in the pipeline, and they provided a list.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I ask this basically rhetorically because if we here in Chatham Township intend to go to our elected officials, that is our legislative representation in Trenton, that is not the same legislative representation as you have in Chatham Borough. And I know we've had people from the borough come into the township telling us what's on their mind. We in turn have obviously interests in what goes on in other towns, same as we have an interest in what goes on in Chatham Borough or Florham Park. We all have different legislative representation, folks. So if Chatham Borough residents have an interest in what's going on in our affordable housing, that's great. If you have an interest in what's going on in your own town, you're going to reach out to a different set of legislators. When you talk about Senator Bucco and some of the other legislators that are in Morris County, we pretty much divided Morris County up in order to gerrymander what's going on down in Trenton. So we're all reporting to different legislative representation throughout our community. So that's something that's very interesting, I think, and that's one of the misconceptions that we are all marching to the same drum, because we're not. We are addressing misconceptions everywhere we look around here, and there's no shortage of them when it comes to affordable housing. But I will say, when it comes to the legislators that do represent us, many of you know that we had a joint meeting with our federal officials, our U.S. postal system, on Friday of last week, between Mayor Ritter, myself, the mayor of Chatham Borough, administrator of Chatham Borough, Tom Chiccarone here, administrator of our township. All of us who share the 07928 have been overwhelmingly discontented with our mail delivery. There have been stories from minor nuisance to serious concern, medications delivered through the mail, etc. We had a very productive meeting recently with our postal officials, both from our local branch here in the borough, as well as our district representatives. And I do hope, if the problems persist in your neck of the woods, that you will make sure You can alert us, you can alert your local folks, but it's a federal matter. You can let us know that you're reaching out to Congressman Frelinghuysen. He has been extremely proactive. He and his staff have been very eager to facilitate a meeting with our U.S. postal system. I would urge you, whether for Android or iPhone, to look into something called informed delivery. It's fascinating. It took a couple of days for it to work on my phone, but now I get an email telling me what's in my queue for the day. I get an image of all of my mail that's coming to me during the course of the day, and you can review it at the end of the day saying I received that or I did not receive that. So look into informed delivery. It's for iPhone as well as Android, and you can download it to a smartphone. You can have an email sent to you. And I think that the post office is being proactive in trying to make sure that they've gotten us back on the same page. The postmaster is still on a pretty steep learning curve, and hopefully all of the things that have been written about it in our local media are going to come to fruition, and we'll have that off of our back. Another thing, when it comes to things that involve our community, members of the planning board, myself included, and Kevin had a great town hall meeting with our folks who live in the Chatham Glen condominiums. It was cordial, it was civil, it was informative, it was a real spirit of camaraderie. And I think that one thing that our Chatham Glen residents walked away with was the understanding that we live here too. We all live here together. We're in the same community. None of us has an axe to grind that is going to impact our community negatively. This is what we do. We represent this great community. And we are always open to what you are concerned about. But I will tell you, when we look at the thoughtful process that we've gone through at the planning board, whether it's our attorneys, our engineers, our other officials who are guiding us through this process, we all live here. So we're just trying to get going with what private enterprise does, and that is create transactions and create value. So thanks for that, and that's what I have to say. Sorry, I wasn't going to talk that long.
Thank you, Karen. Just a couple of communications items on our plate. I think most people have seen the press release we issued about a week and a half ago regarding our affordable housing FAQs. We've received a lot of good positive response from residents. It's a 12-page document prepared in conjunction with Albert Cruz, our counsel. Did a great job with that. So if you haven't seen it on Facebook or the website, I encourage you to go there and take a look. It's packed full of good information. Also, as we head into the winter season here, a reminder to all residents to sign up for Act Now, which is our community alert system. You can go on the website and take a look at that and register. It's a simple process, as well as going on Facebook and following us on Facebook. It's also a good place to get timely updates on events taking place in town. Also want to talk about the Turkey Trot. As some of you may have seen, yesterday we distributed the first of our 4 checks to our first responders and diabetes-related organizations. We presented a check for $10,000 to the Chatham Township Volunteer Fire Department. It's going to go a long way in supporting them in their efforts, and I just want to, on behalf of the Turkey Trot Committee, thank all of the residents who participated. This past year we had nearly 1,000 runners participate, raised over $27,000. So thank you for your efforts, and next year we have 10th anniversary, and look forward to seeing you all there. And then, in conclusion, this meeting's going to go quite late tonight, so I just get the Happy Holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkahs out right now, and wish you all a blessed holiday season and a wonderful New Year. With that, turn over to John. Chief is probably still in the back having cake. Tom?
I'm going to pass, Mayor.
All right. That's pretty good. Now we'll move on to a presentation regarding the Dixie-Dale Farm Concept Plan. For those of you who were here at our last meeting, they were here presenting. This is going to be their second time, obviously, here in our meeting. They presented to the borough as well. They presented to the planning board. As I said, we've got FAQs. This has been an issue we've been talking about for over 2 years now, and we're pleased to welcome you back again tonight to offer your presentation. And take it away.
Mr. Mayor, if I may interrupt you.
Of course.
What I'd like to do is kind of explain what's going to occur tonight.
Yes, please.
So there's a basis for our framework to move forward. Before starting, I would like to review how to proceed tonight regarding the Dixie-Dale Farm rezoning ordinance. The potential developer of the Dixie-Dale Farm will make a presentation of a concept plan for Dixie-Dale. This is the same or similar presentation previously made to the Planning Board and, as you stated, last made to the Township Committee on November 8th, 2017. While the concept plan is being presented, the purpose of presenting the concept plan is to show how the rezoning ordinance may be implemented. However, this is not a hearing on the concept plan. This is a hearing on the rezoning ordinance. So after the presentation by the potential developer, the public hearing will commence with public comment on the rezoning ordinance. If the rezoning ordinance is adopted, the developer will have to make an application to the planning board in the same fashion as any other developer and will include a fully engineered site plan. Because the planning board found the zoning ordinance inconsistent with the master plan, after the public comment tonight, the township planner will explain the reasons why the township committee may adopt the rezoning ordinance, notwithstanding that the planning board found the ordinance inconsistent with the master plan. After the township planner testifies, the township committee will consider the matter. You indicated some initial background material, Mayor, but I'd like to expand on that. On July 18, 2016, the contract purchaser of Dixie-Dale Farm made a request to the township committee to change the zoning for the Dixie-Dale Farm from single-family homes to multifamily townhouses. On November 10, 2016, the township committee adopted in public session a resolution referring the zoning request to the planning board for review, study, and recommendation to the township committee. On March 20, 2017, the planning board adopted a master plan periodic reexamination report. Page 22 of that report specifically recommends that the township committee reconsider rezoning Dixie-Dale. The planning board is considering a rezoning request for a 30-plus acre tract on River Road and Hillside Avenue for multiple family townhouse development similar to the more recent townhouse neighborhoods in North Chatham Township. On October 16, 2017, the planning board recommended to the township committee the Dixie-Dale Farm rezoning ordinance. On November 8, 2017, the developer made a presentation regarding the concept plan to the township committee and the public on how the proposed rezoning ordinance may be implemented. After the developer's presentation and the conclusion of public comment, the township committee introduced the Dixie-Dale Farm rezoning ordinance, Ordinance 2017-15, with a public hearing scheduled for tonight, December 14, 2017. Additionally, the township committee referred Ordinance 2017-15 to the planning board to determine whether the ordinance was inconsistent with the master plan. On November 20, 2017, the planning board held a public meeting and determined that that Ordinance 2015-15 was, quote, inconsistent with the land use plan, end quote. However, the planning board also determined that Ordinance 2017-15, quote, advances land use plan goals for a balanced land use plan, conservation plan goals to minimize development impacts and protect the environment, and the fair share plan goals to meet the constitutionally mandated obligation for the township's fair share regional housing need. The planning board concluded that while the ordinance was inconsistent with the land use plan, the proposed ordinance advances many of the master plan's significant objectives, and that the board recommends adoption of the ordinance. Site plan review, as I indicated a moment ago, will occur if this ordinance is adopted, and Section 30-62.4 of the current land use ordinance provides very specific requirements regarding the site plan that is to be submitted to the planning board, including the review by the planning board. That section provides that in reviewing the site plan, the planning board shall consider its conformity with the master plan and other codes and ordinances of the township. Traffic flow, circulation, and parking shall be reviewed to ensure the safety of the public and of the users of the facility, and to ensure that no unreasonable interference with traffic on surrounding streets. That is your specific requirement regarding site plan review, and it's contained in the existing land use ordinance. As a point of reference, this ordinance is modeled on a similar ordinance already in place in the township, and that similar ordinance resulted in the development of the Rosevale development here in the township. Mayor, with that background and explanation of how to proceed tonight, I think it's appropriate to have the developer make their presentation on the concept plan, then the public hearing, then the township planner presents an analysis, and then consideration by the township committee. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Albert. Gentlemen?
Thank you, Mayor. Douglas Henshaw from the firm of Day Pitney for the applicant. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Cruz for a very thorough trip down memory lane in terms of the development history that we've been working on together for many, many months now with reference to this ordinance. This is the actual public hearing on the adoption of an ordinance. So in the interest of transparency and being providing all the information possible, this will be, I think, our third showing of the same video. We're going to show the same one because nothing's changed from our perspective. We are mindful of certain issues that Mike and I will speak to as we go through the program, particular areas of sensitivity that Albert has touched on by referring to the site plan ordinance, and we are going to be have already begun the process of looking specifically at those issues. But in the interest of consistency, the presentation will contain the same slides and the same information. So forgive us if it's become boring for you, but we're going to stick with the protocol that the statute contemplates. And unless there's anything further, this is Michael Tobia. He's a licensed professional planner of the state of New Jersey.
Okay, so hi everybody. This is indeed the identical PowerPoint you saw a month and a half ago. It's dated October 16th, and it is indeed the same presentation we made before the planning board. So we're just going to give you a little refresher in perhaps 10 minutes and give you an update on some points that committee members have raised in the past. As you know, this is a 30.8 acre site situated between River Road on the south, shown thus, and Hillside Avenue on the north. At the center of it is in a mansion, the Dixie-Dale Mansion. Most of the property has been farmed, I understand, for over 100 years. The mansion, we've told you several times now, is, as the photo on slide 3 shows, really lovely building. It is proposed to be saved. As part of the project, it is proposed to host 4 new dwelling units together with a clubhouse. The building, as it faces River Road, is shown here. You can see some of the sunrooms and some of the nice traditional features on the building that will mostly be retained as we renovate the property. The view shed over River Road is rather extraordinary. I know Chatham Glen was mentioned a few moments ago, and you can see some of the condos well below us in terms of topo, and a great view out to the south of the property. Slide 6 shows that some of the property has fallen into disrepair. This greenhouse structure will be removed. A barn will be removed. This is up near the intersection of Hillside and River. Inside, we have some really nice bones. We've told you about it. It's an ambition of ours to renovate the building. This will not be a restoration, but we're going to try and honor some of the features inside the building. Here's the living room at slide 9. 2 sunrooms. Here's an illustration of one of them in slide 10. It's just a grand old house that will have 4 really nice units. When we're done, those units will be on the 2nd and 3rd floor of the building, with a common area and clubhouse on the ground floor. Concept plan we've talked about a lot. This remains what we've told you about for a year now. 54 dwelling units in total. Most will be townhouse style. The townhouses are projected to sell at 1.2 to 1.5 million. We estimate they'll be over 3,000 square feet each. Each will have a 2-bay garage. They're likely to have 4 bedrooms. Because of the slopes on this property, we expect many of the units to have walkout basements as well. We've provided, through some work with your staff,
on-site parking for visitors, as well as driveway paths for folks who will live in the units. You know about the demographics of Roseville. This will generate virtually no school-age children and be just a super rateable for the town. This is 77% open space. There was a question at the last hearing how we calculated that, and basically what it was at that time was just any place there wasn't man-made elements, we treated as open space. We've sharpened our pencil on it, and for instance, taken out a little bit of yard area between all the buildings and the yard area in front of the houses, and come up with an adjusted open space of 66%. Still really, really high, a really big open space to the east and south of the proposed development. We've told you about architecture. It will be traditional. It will be really good looking. This is a companion project the applicant has done in Connecticut, Darien, Connecticut, called Kenset. That's selling now at $1.5 to $2.3 million. And you can see some of the traditional features here that we will borrow from when we do Roseville. When we do Dixie-Dale. Here are the kitchen shots at slide 16, just to illustrate interior improvements. Since the last presentation, I think it was Mr. Sullivan who asked how long the trail would be. Remember, we're proposing a trail by easement that would be open to the public and would more or less circumvent the majority of the property. Right now, Mr. Sullivan, that measures 3,200 linear feet, pretty good distance. We plan on that being pervious material, maybe a cinder, maybe a chip, but we're not going to pave it, at least where we are now on this project. I told you about the open space. The other thing we did, by the way, at the committee's suggestion, was we hired a traffic engineer who will be doing a very detailed study that Mr. Cruz described earlier. And we did have time to go out to Roseville and do some traffic counts. We counted in the morning and the afternoon, peak hour trip generation at Roseville. This is an extremely interesting comparable project because it's basically the same size unit, the same price point, the same number of units, approximately, and it's been up for 10 years, so it's really established. After doing the counts at peak, okay, the busiest time in the counts we did in the morning and afternoon, we concluded that Dixie-Dale here would generate one vehicular trip every 2 minutes. That's a combination of cars coming into the project and leaving during peak hour. Peak hour means 7:30 to 8:30 in the morning, 4:45 to 5:45 in the afternoon. One car every 2 minutes. We further calculated, based on understanding counts that we did along Hillside Avenue, that of one car coming out every 2 minutes, a little more than half will head eastward into the borough, with the balance, meaning roughly half as well, heading out westward to River Road. So to digest that a little bit further, it would mean every 4 minutes you're going to have a trip oriented to the east and one to the west. There's literature and statute out there that says when counts are this low and trip generation is this low, you're not even required to do a traffic report. We're going to be doing one anyway with more counts, more intersections studied, and it will be done at the time of site plan, and it will be very thorough. I think that's all I had. I could do this in my sleep, folks. I've done it so many times now. If you have questions, I'll get on them right away, but I wanted to just dust this off for you. I know tonight's your vote on the ordinance. I think I've covered all the loose ends that we promised to cover.
Mr. Tobias, can you spell Kenset
Yeah,
so we can maybe do a Google search or something?
Sure. K-E-N-S-E-T-T.
And that's in Darien?
Yes.
Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, if the committee doesn't have any questions, I do have a few questions. If this ordinance is adopted and the developer decides to proceed forward to site plan, before submitting a site plan, will you consult with the township professionals and planning board to determine whether alternate layouts are possible?
So can I take it?
Either or, just as a
So
bike.
the answer is yes. As you know, Mr. Cruz, your community has a nice technical review staff, which we have met with before on this project. We would like to do that before we go to the engineer drawings. Definitely would.
Same question, except as to access to the property.
Yes.
Absolutely.
The answer is yes. So let me interject something else, okay? Another thing that came up at either the last hearing here or planning board was a question about can we get down to River Road with an access point? And we put our civil engineer on this, and she looked at it for a long while, and the conclusion was it's virtually impossible. Slopes are really steep, well in excess of what the state would permit us to provide for an access drive down. Wetlands get in the way, and site triangles get in the way on River Road, meaning if a driveway came out to River, if you've driven on River, you know it's a humpback road, first of all, and there are spots where you can't get site distance that you would want at 30 to 40 miles an hour. The only other way to get down there would be to do what we call switchback, with a road that would snake all the way down the hill and manage some of those grades, but it would rip the site apart. Our conclusion is it's impossible, but to answer Mr. Cruz's question, one of the things we would expect to do a technical review is to figure out which driveways should stay, where emergency access should go, how we handle site distance and site triangles, how we minimize covered land, meaning impervious coverage. And my suggestion to my clients who are here tonight would be that we have technical review meetings before we even go into site plan, meaning the preparation of the site plan.
Before I quoted section 30-62.4 of the Township Code, and you indicated that you would comply with that section, but you're going to specifically address or provide enough information so that the planning board may ensure the safety of the public and of the users of the facility, and to ensure that there is no unreasonable interference with traffic on surrounding streets.
Yes, absolutely.
You've obviously developed the concept plan in relationship to the ordinance. Is the ordinance acceptable to you and your client, including the affordable housing requirement?
Yes, so we haven't really talked about the ordinance. I think it's 2017-16. This plan that you now see has been revised over many months. The ordinance now establishes control, folks, for density, height, setbacks, open space, building coverage, impervious coverage, all these usual planning metrics that we try to secure by zoning to make sure the project's a good one. The ordinance before you would meet, or this concept plan would meet virtually everything in that ordinance. The two were crafted hand in hand. There was a second part to that question, I'm sorry.
The affordable housing component of the
So,
ordinance.
as you know, no affordable housing will be provided on the Dixie-Dale site. The Dixie-Dale site, however, is joined at the hip with what we've been calling the skate park site. It's our contemplation right now that these proposed 54 units at Dixie-Dale would subsidize and enable the construction of approximately 24 lower income units on skate park. This developer would be building those at no expense to the community on skate park. We've told you before, the skate park planning process is a little bit behind Dixie-Dale. We're waiting for wetlands before we can finalize a concept plan like the one you see here on slide 11. And we might be back at some point in the future to show you that concept plan and how 24 units lay out there. But we've gotten sufficiently far along, Mr. Cruz, to know we can provide adequate parking and access and a good-looking building on skate park when we're ready to move with that particular property.
I have no other questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Albert.
At this point, it would be appropriate to excuse the developer and ask for public comments on the ordinance.
Could I just ask one question,
Sure.
please, before we excuse them? The issue has been raised from a traffic concern, particularly from the residents on Hillside, of a cul-de-sac or two cul-de-sacs meeting. You have no general opposition to that at the present time?
We are ambivalent on the point, Mr. Sullivan. This project works either way. If that happened, and I don't think it will, because we've looked at it, it would essentially turn Hillside Avenue from River Road into our site into a private driveway. Thanks very much.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah. But, well, it may serve a purpose for the Hillside residents as well.
Understand
They'll have a
completely.
private driveway too, and I don't know if that's what they want at this point, but it's been raised, and I just want to make sure if it comes to fruition, you are comfortable and acceptable to that.
Yes.
Okay,
Fine with that.
that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Everybody. Happy holidays, everyone. Just give
You
me
as
a
well.
minute here, Mr. Mayor.
So what, public hearing and then Frank?
Yes.
Gonna grab some lights here, Greg, or? All right, this is a hearing of citizens. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to be heard about issues which are not topics scheduled for public hearing tonight.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I was suggesting
You want to do a public hearing on the
on
ordinance
this
itself?
ordinance, and then on this ordinance, and then at another point, have the regular order of public comment. But this now is, because we've just finished discussing it, it would be good to have the public comment now.
Fair enough. I'll
And
still
Mr.
read the
Mayor,
rules of order here. To help facilitate an orderly meeting and all to be heard, speakers are asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, obviously, we've heard from a lot of people on this issue, both in public session and not in public session. There's a number of people here tonight. It seems like we've actually have heard from more borough people than township people, and I would suggest that we, being a township meeting, we allow township people to come forth and speak on this topic first. Let's hear from township people, and then we open it up to the rest of the general public. So, thank you.
Or anyone. You have to come forward and come to the microphone. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, Stacy Ewald. I just wanted to first thank Committeeman Kelly. He came and spoke to a number of people on Saturday, and then again, I understand to some other folks on Sunday. And it was a big help because he gave us a lot of perspective, answered a lot of questions. So I appreciate the time that you spent to talk with us. Unfortunately, there are some additional questions. People had so many questions there, it was hard to get everything fit in. If this is approved and they cannot fit the 24 units of affordable housing at the skate park, it's my understanding that it's going to move, the 24 units would move to Dixie-Dale. Does that require another approval? Do they come back? Because then that's going to be a different plan in terms of where they fit those 24 units.
The ordinance is currently drafted, provides for either on-site or off-site. So the ordinance would not have to be amended.
Okay.
They would have to come, as any other developer, for site plan approval before the planning board. But there is also a second process that deals with the redevelopment of Dixie-Dale, and because the letter of interpretation, the delineation of the wetlands has not been completed by the DEP, they just recently completed an inspection. That's why this part of the proposal is further ahead than the skate park part of the proposal.
Yes. So effectively, the approval's for 78 units because they have, I understand there's some other follow-up they'd have to do, but this approval would be for potential of 78 units at Dixie-Dale.
I apologize for interrupting you, but this is not an approval. Approval can only be granted by the planning board. This is an ordinance which provides the ground rules for an application to be made to the planning board. This committee is a legislative body, not a judicial body. The planning board is the judicial body that adjudicates applications for development.
So this decision, though, is to convert Dixie-Dale from single-family to multifamily zoning.
This is this ordinance rezones the property, yes.
Okay. So when you say multifamily townhomes, there's no limit on that? Or a rezoning that says rezone to multifamily townhomes, there's no limit on that?
54 units.
54 units. Okay. I'm trying to figure out how the other 24 units move over without coming back.
Again, the ordinance provides for that as an alternative, and we're not at that point yet. We have to go through the remainder of the process.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Ray Grieve,
What's your address and which town do you live in?
59 Buxton Road in Chatham.
Township?
Yes. I couldn't quite tell from the plan that was up here, and it's the first time I see this. Is the project, is it bordering on Hillside or is it bordering on Fairmount? Excuse me, Southern Boulevard. Because this Snake Hill is also part of
It's Hillside and River.
it's Hillside and River Road. So on the other side of Hillside, there will not be built, and that's going to remain just what it is now?
That's open space property, what you're describing?
Right, and that's going to remain that.
Yes.
Okay, so it's only whatever is between Hillside and River Road.
So the portion between Hillside heading south to Snake Hill
Yes.
is open space never to be developed. It's not part of the property transaction.
Yeah, that's my
regardless of
question,
that.
because I couldn't
But
tell
that
from
is-
the
that is,
drawing here.
Township-owned property?
17 acres.
Correct.
Township-owned property that will never be developed ever.
Okay,
And the same is true for the property to the south of Snake Hill if you were to go a little further south. So that corridor there will
right.
be an open space in perpetuity.
And there will be no road that's coming into Southern
No road
Boulevard?
will come into Southern Boulevard.
That's, okay. So the only thing that's going to change as far as traffic is Hillside's going to be closed off, or,
No.
Hillside will not be- At this juncture, Hillside will not be closed off. Their estimate is one car every 2 minutes coming out of this complex. That's their estimate. One car every 2 minutes, maybe coming down the River Road. In peak hours.
And
During
you,
peak hours, from 7 to 8 in the morning.
and you may not realize also that the almost 8 acres right below you, we are in contract now to buy to preserve for open space on the other side of Snake Hill Road, on your side of Snake Hill Road.
okay. What does that mean, that they can't develop that?
Correct.
Okay. I just have a concern, and I don't know if it's a valid concern, that traffic is already bad up on Snake Hill, the intersection with Southern Boulevard and Fairmount, very bad. There's police there, practically every day, for a reason, I'm sure. So if somehow Hillside is not sort of a cut through the way it is today, then that will make traffic worse or not. I don't know. But it sounds like if Hillside is going to be affected, that people won't take Hillside and they'll go on Snake Hill, Fairmount, and Southern Boulevard.
I think it's fair to say that if we're talking about traffic at the level of one car every 2 minutes, and that's only in east or west direction, meaning in either of those two directions, there's one additional car every 4 minutes during the peak hour, that's not going to be a traffic
Well,
jam.
that's what it's going to be, they predict. But what is it now? How many cars are going in and out of in and out of Hillside now that cannot go there anymore going forward after this project is established, and are now going and are then going on
When you
Snake
say
Hill?
That's in the event that it became a cul-de-sac.
Hillside is not going to be closed. Hillside will
No, I
remain
know.
exactly the way it is.
No, but the through traffic that is now on Hillside is going to be affected by this development.
Very minimally. 2 cars, at the most, 2 cars per minute during peak hour of 7:30 to 8:30 in the morning.
What does that
One
mean,
car.
2 cars? 2 cars more, 2 cars less? What?
It means the estimate, the projection is that during the peak hour, 7:30 to 8:30 in the morning, 4:45 to 5:45, whatever the testimony was, during that period of time, it's estimated that this project, these 54 units, will put 2 cars per minute on the road during, I'm sorry, 1 car every 2 minutes. 1 car every 2 minutes
One additional
during
car.
that hour.
onto Snake Hill.
Not on the
Not
Snake
at
Hill,
all.
on the
It's coming
hillside.
out of the complex,
On the hillside.
either heading
Okay.
Which will
north,
then
south,
go-
or
Yeah, but that's not my concern. My
No, it
concern is that the traffic that's going now into Hillside and out of Hillside, can that still happen?
Yes.
When this project,
Yes, that won't be affected at all.
and are those people who are now going onto Hillside,
that's true.
are they then taking Snake Hill? Because it's inconvenient for whatever reason.
Yeah, I don't mean to be rude, but this really isn't relevant to the ordinance as it's before the public tonight. But the answer to your question is Hillside, the traffic on Hillside is not going to be changed in any perceptible way.
So if people today take Hillside,
They will still be able to do
They
it when
can
this
still do
project
that.
is completed, absolutely.
Unless there's a cul-de-sac.
Which
Right,
there's not
that's-
going
All right, let's,
Don't listen to him.
let's stick to the ordinance at hand.
It's a zoning matter.
Thank you, Ray. And the plan is actually on the website if you want to get home tonight and take a look at it. Chatham Township website, under agendas.
Thank you.
Yep. Anyone else? All right, thank you.
Any borough residents out there?
Anyone can come up. No one wants to come up.
There's someone coming up.
Is this the time to come up for unrelated matters?
No, not yet.
No, okay.
Just
Said
Dixie.
anyone could come up, but, oh, borough people, I forgot that.
Thank you. I'm Robert Bowker. I live at 214 Hillside Avenue in the borough. My main concern with this project, and it's disappointing to hear the planner for the developer indicate that River Road would not be a feasible access for this project. And the reason is Hillside Avenue, based on what this gentleman is saying and living there, is a heavily traveled road for cut through from River Road down to Watchung. Currently in traffic coming from Watchung through Hillside down to River Road. Presently, if you're driving south down Hillside going to River Road, when you get to the bottom, if you're taking a left-hand turn during peak hours, you have the traffic coming from the left that you have to negotiate through if you're making a left-hand turn. You have the traffic from the right that you have to negotiate through. And then you have the traffic right in front of you coming out of the condo development. Heritage, I think, is the street. So you have to monitor 3 different avenues of people coming and going while you're trying to stick your neck out on that road. It's not safe. Hillside gets a lot of traffic. It is not as busy as River Road, but it gets a lot of traffic for a residential street. When you're coming down Hillside Avenue, coming to River Road, the sight lines, and the developer talked about the sight lines on River Road, the sight lines after you top that hill coming down the River Road are not good either. And if you're going to have 3 roads coming out based on their concept plan on the hillside, those people are going to be put in a little risky situation getting out of their development. So my concern clearly is the traffic impact. Yes, the cars may be minimal, and you sort of have to take them for their word for it, but increased traffic on Hillside, that road on Hillside is narrow as it stands now. To me, it's not safe now, and you're going to approve this ordinance and have 54 units come in, you're going to certainly increase the traffic, not decrease the traffic. To me, we wish the developer was, their engineers could have come back with something that said they could have put a road down into River Road. Into the condo development there's a Mount Vernon Street, which comes out, which has a lot of traffic on it as well, a light there, and a road going into the Dixie-Dale development would have been safer for everybody traveling in and around the development, as well as the residents, the future residents of Dixie-Dale. So these are my concerns. I hope you listen to them as we move forward with this project. Hopefully the planning board will take these concerns and make sure that once this development is done, it's done safely for all concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Sir, do you have an opinion? Sir, do you have an opinion on the cul-de-sac idea?
I would be all for the cul-de-sac, even though it would be a little inconvenient for me, but it would be a safer alternative. Currently on Hillside, unfortunately, it is a cut-through street. And when people cut through, they're in a hurry. They do speed on Hillside now. I see it all the time in front of my house. It's concerning to me, but there's nothing I can do about it. I'm not a policeman. but I would be in favor of a cul-de-sac. And obviously, it would be beneficial to the people who are buying $1.2 million homes in Dixie-Dale as well. So I'm all for it. Thank you.
I'm confused now, because I thought I heard cul-de-sac. I heard cul-de-sac when I talked to you guys, and I hear it again now. So if there is a cul-de-sac, then traffic is going to Snake Hill, and I would be very much against that.
Well, it's going to River Road, right? It's going to River Road. It may go to Snake Hill, but it's going to River
Well,
Road.
if Hillside becomes a cul-de-sac.
Ray, sorry to interrupt. We're going to focus on the ordinance tonight.
Again, we're speculating about something that's not proposed, that's merely been raised as a possibility. Just to be clear, this does not present or propose a cul-de-sac. That's not, the ordinance doesn't contemplate that, neither does the concept plan that may implement the ordinance. I'm thinking of the traffic plan. That's what's before the committee tonight. Okay? Whether or not there are other things out there, other people discussing a cul-de-sac, that's not proposed in any of the presentations that have been made at the planning board or here.
Okay,
So
so it's
that's
okay
what-
for you guys to ask someone, would you like a cul-de-sac? And then for me to say, I don't like a cul-de-sac, that's not good.
No, I'm not saying that. It was just a question of a borough resident. But what I'm doing is making clear that the ordinance and the concept plan do not contemplate a cul-de-sac. If that comes to pass at some later time,
But you're talking about it here.
we're
You're
talking...
talking about it so we can comment on it, right?
You're welcome to comment
And I
on
can
it.
ask questions about it if that's part of perhaps the plan.
It's not part of the plan. So you can ask questions about it, but I just want to be clear that that is not part of what is contemplated in the ordinance or in the concept plan implementing that ordinance.
Okay, well, I hope it stays that way.
Thank you, Ray. Anyone else? All right, we'll close out the public hearing.
Very good, Mr. Mayor. As I indicated earlier, because the planning board did determine this ordinance to be inconsistent, the township planner, Frank Banish, is here tonight, and I have some questions for him, and then obviously the committee can ask any additional questions. Mr. Banish, while I realize you have been sworn in at the beginning of the year at the planning board, I'd like to swear you in at this presentation. So if you please raise your right hand. I, Frank Banish, do solemnly swear that the testimony that I will provide is true to the best of my ability. So help me God. Mr. Banish, why did the planning board find the rezoning ordinance inconsistent with the master plan?
The rezoning ordinance proposes a townhouse multiple family zone in place of a single family zone. So that was the inconsistency.
What was the planning board's recommendation regarding the rezoning ordinance?
The planning board advised the governing body that they recommended adoption of the ordinance.
What reasons would allow the township committee, if it so desired, to adopt the zoning ordinance?
The objectives of the master plan, as referenced in the land use plan and the conservation plan, as well as the housing elements, are advanced by this proposal in a variety of ways that are enumerated in the reasons resolution, which I believe we're going to see adopted as part of the record tonight.
Could you generally describe them, not in detail, but just generally describe what those reasons are?
Yes, to the extent that the master plan has conservation objectives that would call for protecting rural character and retaining the natural character of the land wherever possible. The nature of this development being compact and essentially clustered onto a relatively small portion of this tract advances that objective of the land use plan and the conservation plan. The scenic character of the area will also be protected in large measure by that planning approach. There are objectives for completion of a network of trails, bicycle trails, walking trails. The provision on this site for a publicly accessible trail network, approximately 3/4 of a mile on private property, is one of the advantages that this plan holds out that advances the master plan objective. And of course, the ability of these units to subsidize the affordable units that will be built either here or at the skate park site advances the affordable housing objective of meeting our constitutional obligation.
Does the reuse of the manor home promote any of the objectives of the master plan?
It does. The historic preservation objectives of the master plan are specifically advanced by that proposal.
And why is that?
Because it is a significant building constructed in the township during a period of time where buildings like that, which are relatively rare, were heavily invested in, and we're fortunate that this one has retained enough of its integrity that it warrants being reused at this point and maintained in a way where its exterior appearance will be essentially unchanged except to the extent that it'll be improved by being brought up to date.
And a moment ago, you indicated, or you referred to a reasons resolution that I will be reading in a moment. Was that reasons resolution prepared by you?
It was.
And do those that resolution reflect your opinions and conclusions regarding the relationship between the ordinance and the master plan?
It does.
I have no further questions of Mr. Banish. If the Township Committee has questions, that would be very good.
Thank you, Albert. Thank you, Frank. Anybody have any questions of Frank?
Well,
I just want to clarify one thing maybe for the public, Mr. Banish. As a member of the planning board, when we look at this project, we can't look at the master plan and go, well, 6 out of 10 is good for me, or 7 out of 10, or to use a round number, or 9 out of 10 is good for me. I'll vote that it's consistent. The fact that there is the inconsistency because of the zoning, we have to find it inconsistent.
That's a really good point, Mr. Sullivan, because in fact, on almost all cylinders, it's directing the planning intent for this site to be very much like what the master plan calls for, but the master plan anticipated single-family lots here, and this would not be that.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a couple of comments here.
Well, this is questions right now
questions,
for
okay.
Mr. Banish.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's good.
Any other questions? With that, the municipal land use law requires that the Township Committee review the report of the Planning Board and may disapprove or change any recommendation by a vote of majority of its fully authorized membership, and shall record in its minutes the reasons for following such recommendation. In this case, what does that provision of the municipal land use law means? It means that 3 affirmative votes are needed to proceed with this ordinance. And it would be 3 affirmative votes, whether there were only 3 of you here, or 4 of you, and in this case 5, but it is a majority of the full membership. The Township Committee would also have to adopt, as Mr. Banish said, a reasons resolution explaining why the Township Committee did not follow the Planning Board's inconsistency determination. So at this point, Mr. Mayor, if it is the consensus of the Township Committee, I will proceed with reading the reasons resolutions, and this is a little bit unusual. You usually don't read the resolutions that are before you. The purpose of reading this resolution is to comply with the requirement in the municipal land use law that the reasons resolutions be reflected in the minutes of the Township Committee meeting. So if it's the Township's consensus, I will read it, and then you're obviously, I would ask that a motion and a second be made, and then have any appropriate discussion you believe is necessary. Is
Please.
it the consensus of the committee that I read the resolution?
Yes, please.
Whereas the Township Committee of the Township of Chatham referred ordinance number 2017-15 and ordinance number 2017-16 to the Planning Board for statutory review pursuant to NJSA 50:55, capital D-26. We haven't spent much time on ordinance 2017-16. That is a zoning map amendment. And that zoning map amendment, the planning board found that part of the ordinance was consistent, part of it was inconsistent. The zoning map amendment, as it relates to Dixie-Dale, was found to be inconsistent. The portion that was found to be consistent is another ordinance later on your agenda tonight, the watershed protection ordinance. So both of those are included in the same zoning map. So it was one ordinance for both zone changes, and so that is why there is a reference to the ordinance 16, because the planning board found a portion of that ordinance inconsistent, and the reasons that apply to 15 would also apply to 16. Whereas the Township Committee recognizes that the planning board found ordinance number 2017-15 amending the zoning ordinance to establish a new R6C zone to be inconsistent with the land use plan designation of the property, but to advance many of the objectives of the comprehensive zone plan. And whereas the Township Committee recognizes that the Planning Board found ordinance number 2017-16 amending the zoning map to be inconsistent with the land use plan designation of the property, and whereas the Planning Board recommended adoption of these ordinances notwithstanding such inconsistency for the reasons expressed by the Planning Board, and whereas the Township Committee concurs with the findings of the Planning Board that the following specific goals and objectives of the comprehensive zone plan as expressed in the land use element and advanced by proposed ordinances 2017-15 and 2017-16 in a number of ways, because the goals of the 2011 land use plan were designed to preserve the desirability of the community and its neighborhoods by managing the scale of new and expanded buildings and alterations to their landscape, promote a balance of housing types for all segments of the population, establish a greenway system incorporating public and private open spaces, and connect the greenway with a pedestrian and bicycle-friendly system of streets, sidewalks, paths, and bikeways to reduce traffic, ensure the safety of children, increase the enjoyment of walking and cycling public, and improve air quality. Preserve the links to our history and heritage by preserving the historic areas in the township and promoting awareness of historic homes. Protect and maintain the remaining rural ambience and significant natural, cultural, and significant landscapes, and identify and protect scenic vistas. Limit development to densities and intensities that will retain the remaining natural areas of the township and protect sensitive environmental areas. And whereas these land use plan objectives complement those of the 2005 conservation plan element, which include, among other things, preserving open space, scenic vistas, and quality of life. And whereas the proposed rezoning will advance the objectives of the housing element and fair share plan, which is designed to ensure the provision of the required affordable housing in the township with a minimal impact on neighborhood character and community services. And whereas the provisions of Ordinance 2017-15 advance the cited objectives of the comprehensive zone plan as follows. The RC zone specifies design density and coverage standards that will preserve the desirability of the community and its neighborhood by managing the scale of new and expanded buildings and alterations to the landscape. The RZ zone provides for inclusionary residential development that will provide low-income, moderate housing and promote a balance of housing segments for all types of segments of the population. The RZ zone will help to establish a greenway system incorporating public and private open spaces and connect the greenway with a pedestrian and bicycle-friendly system of streets, sidewalk, paths, and bikeways to reduce traffic, ensure the safety of children, increase the enjoyment of the walking and cycling public, and improve air quality by providing a perimeter trail system on private property that is available to the public. The RC zone requires the retention, exterior restoration, adaptive reuse of the Dixie-Dale Farm Manor House, which will help to preserve links to our history and heritage and promote awareness of historical homes. The R6 zone will help to promote and protect, maintain the remaining rural ambience and significant natural and cultural scientific scenic landscapes and development review process. And the development review process will allow the planning board to identify and protect scenic vistas. The RC6 zone, conservation-based townhouse design and standards for density and intensity will provide for compact development that will help to retain the remaining natural areas of the township and protect sensitive environmental areas. Whereas the RC6 zones conservation-based townhouse design and standards for the density and intensity that will retain most of the R6C zone and natural state will preserve open space and scenic vistas and quality of life, advance the 2005 Conservation Plan element objective number 6. And whereas the housing element and fair share plan objective to ensure the provision of required affordable housing in the township with minimal impact on neighborhood character and community services is advanced by the inclusionary housing requirements that will provide affordable housing either on-site or at an off-site location, and the compact arrangement of development provided for by ordinance number 2017-15 will preserve major portions of the Dixie-Dale Farm in a natural state. Now therefore it be resolved by the Township Committee of the Township of Chatham, County of Morris, State of New Jersey as follows. 1, that ordinance number 2017-15 and ordinance 2017-16 substantially advance the objectives of the adopted Chatham Township Master Plan. 2, that the reasons stated in this resolution are sufficient to enact said ordinance, notwithstanding any inconsistencies in the land use plan. 3, the Township Committee hereby adopts ordinance 2015 and ordinance 2016, and that this resolution be filed with the County of Morris Planning Board. This resolution shall take effect immediately. So at this point, a potential motion on the resolution as read, and a discussion is appropriate.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion.
Anyone?
This is on the resolution, not the...
This is on the resolution. Again, procedurally, just to make it clear, I will ask you to take 2 votes, one on the resolution, so that there is a record of that, and then a second motion with respect to the ordinance itself, so that the record is clear as to 2 separate votes on this matter.
As it pertains to the resolution regarding the inconsistency.
Yes.
Right, Albert?
That's correct.
I would just like to say that the word inconsistency seems incendiary, and so when we're looking at things that are inconsistent with our master plan, it seems like something we should be afraid of and run away from. But what our planner, our master planner, Frank Banish, has shown and proven to me unequivocally is that the things laid out in the resolution clearly show that this one single inconsistency is overcome by all of the other very rational, very cogent, appropriate, and good uses of this property. So the word inconsistency may seem incendiary, but when in fact it's easily understood.
Any other comments?
Mayor, my comments kind of relate to both the ordinance and the resolution here, so I'd like to make them now just because they're so tightly entwined. But I just want to say I appreciate the turnout tonight. I think that Dixie-Dale property is just a special property in the township, and the fact that you're all taking this time to come out, I think, speaks well to your interest in shepherding this through in the best possible way. And I would, just to reiterate some of the goals of the master plan that our planner identifies here, they line up with my reasons for why I will vote in favor of both these actions, because they make sense to me. I think that the idea of doing this as a multifamily development makes sense environmentally. I think that to preserve 40% of this property as open space, as a deed-restricted open space, to protect it in perpetuity makes sense to me. To chop it up into 17 approximately single-family lots with a house on each lot, to me, is not the most desirable way to treat this property. Doing it the way we're doing, we're going to get a walkway that's accessible to the public. We're going to protect the mansion, which is a part of our township's history. We're going to protect the view of this property from people who are living in the area and driving by it. I think we're going to protect the trees in a much greater degree than they'd be protected with a single-family development. I think we're going to protect habitat for animals that live in that area now, in that wooded area. If we chop that up into 17 single-family lots, the trees, the habitat, everything would be much more negatively affected. I think I'm voting in favor of this because of the school impact. We have all the evidence that we've been presented is conceptual, and the specifics will not really be hammered out until it progresses to the planning board stage. But all the indications are that the number of students who will be in this development as a multifamily townhouse development is much, much smaller than the number of students who would be in this development if it was single-family homes. And that's where 2/3 of our expense is, of our budget. Every tax dollar you pay, 2/3 of that expense is school expense. So the number of students that come out of this development directly affect the tax dollars, not just of this property, but really across the township. So the multifamily development makes sense to me from that respect as well. The traffic impact, we heard the conceptual numbers this morning and this evening, and again, once there's a traffic engineer and a complete study, we'll get more than that. But one car every 2 minutes coming out of the driveway, and if half of them turn left and if half of them turn right, that's one car every 4 minutes going down the road is a very reassuring number to me in response to people who have spoken over the course of this whole review that they're concerned about large impacts of traffic. I think that this is a very, very manageable traffic issue. And then the affordable housing part of it, I think that typically we see around the state developments where the developer is required to build 20% affordable units. And in this case, we are getting 24 units on top of 54 unit development. So that's getting very close to 50% affordable units, which goes that much farther toward meeting our court-ordered obligation once we have that handed to us as a number that we have to meet. So to me, what our planner has spelled out in terms of this project advancing the goals of the master plan, it makes a lot of sense to me, and I support it.
Thank you, Mike.
My comment is on the ordinance, so I'll wait, not on the resolution, right?
Well, as I think was done before, I forget which person that spoke wanted to comment on both, and it's appropriate to comment on both.
Right now? Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you then. I mean, a lot of my concerns will be addressed during the planning board approval process. I know that, so the traffic is the most important one. Obviously, it'll be a traffic study, so one car per 2 minutes. I really don't know how reliable that number is. And also it means, 300 cars in 10 hours. So it's a lot of cars. But I know that was the peak hours. I'm thinking all 10 hours, the peak hours. But anyway, so I know that will be looked at and detailedly in the traffic study. But my real concern is this. We're taking a risk, which I think it's manageable risk we're taking. And now the developer is building something. We're letting him develop this 54 units in this property, Dixie-Dale property, today. And in return, he's giving us 24 units on the skate park tomorrow. So it's not simultaneous. So that's my concern. And also, I think our attorney did a great job in including that either outside of this property or on this lot, right? So it's covered in the ordinance, which is good. So if something goes wrong, and you know, it has to do with the state, it could go wrong. A lot of things can go wrong. And during the wetland delineation, it may be approved for 5 units instead of 24, maybe 30, who knows? We don't know. So now that's the risk. We don't know when we will get this approval. So the developer can be, can build the affordable housing piece. So if this is dead there, then he needs to build it on site per the ordinance. But when he build it on site, how is it going to look additional 24 units? So I think this is all planning board process, and I think we also look into the details and the impact and every front, the schools and the traffic and the look and everything, and as per base, worst case scenario. So worst case scenario is building something on site, and so that's that because in real life practically thinking that could be happening. Who knows what's going to happen with that. So that's, although those flows and risks that are involved with this ordinance, but I still think that this is the best option we have. So I will support this ordinance, but I will caution us, all of us, to possibilities and things can go wrong and the risks that we're taking. So, I just want to make sure that our planning board folks are, manage that process, try to make it, simultaneous. I don't know how to, but that's all I wanted to say. Thank you. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, before the next comment, I do want to address one thing that the ordinance very specifically points out. As Mr. Tovia indicated, there is a linkage and the ordinance, and it's section N1 of the ordinance. The last sentence provides the required agreement, meaning a developer's agreement, shall make provision for the developer's obligation to construct the affordable housing units and phasing of construction of market units, shall provide for the construction of affordable housing units in tandem with the market units according to the requirements of a regulation. So, and that regulation requires that in order to be able to get a certificate of occupancy for a market unit, affordable units also have to be built. So the ordinance does contemplate that while procedurally the Dixie Dale development has proceeded sooner than the skate park, there is a provision that the two are linked, and that the construction must occur in a ratio whereby both market and affordable units are presented or constructed. Is that correct? Being delivered. That's the word that I was struggling for, being delivered at the same time. So the ordinance does contemplate that, and it does provide that in I think fairly clear language, although the word deliver was escaping me. So I think that answers your question in part. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I'll reserve for the ordinance.
All right, so if there are no further comments, then it would be appropriate for you to call for a roll call on the resolution only.
The motion to approve, we already had that, so roll call.
Mr. Solin?
Yes.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. Sullivan?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Schwartz?
Yes.
Mayor Ritter?
Yes. Now moving on to the ordinance, any discussion?
Well, there would be a motion to
So-
adopt it and a second. and
Motion
then
to
a
approve
discussion.
the ordinance?
So I will make that motion, and if I could, everyone else has seemed to have commented, so if it's okay to
Yeah,
comment.
Is there a second,
Oh,
though?
we need a
We need
second.
a
I
second.
will second the motion.
Floor is
So-
yours.
Well, I just want to take I'll speak to the risks as I see them, and I'll take a little bit of a different tact. First off, this has been a long time coming. We have been talking about this and working on this for quite some time. I want to thank the family of this property, for actually sticking with us and working with us for as long as they have. Just like the public, just like us sitting up here, when you start to explain affordable housing components on how it's intertwined with this property and how the ability to move forward at some times felt like we couldn't, and it was very difficult for the homeowners, which they are. They're homeowners. We're all homeowners. Can you imagine being told you want to sell your house, but don't do it for 2.5 years until we figure this whole thing out? I don't think most of us sitting here in this room would be very happy about that. But that's what they did. They stuck with us. We worked through it. So I want to thank them for being patient. It would have been very easy for them to throw their arms up and walk away and just sell it to whoever. I want to thank the builder also. We've already had a number of, we've haggled over a number of issues already, and that will continue at the planning board, I'm sure. But again, they stuck with the process even though it seemed slow and frustrating at times. So the biggest risk that we face here is that the homeowners or the builder walked away. And we talked about this at the planning board. We've talked about it previously, the densities that are happening in some towns when you're talking 20 to 25 to 1 per acre. The ability to build 600 to 750 units on Hillside, yeah, we'd be talking about traffic a lot. But it doesn't mean it wouldn't happen, because in the name of affordable housing, it could. So I just want to say that I think what we have been able to do here is a very good plan. It's very good for the town. I understand everyone's feelings about it because I have them myself about development in general, and there's two sides of the argument. But this is, it's been a process, but the risks, that was the higher risk. And so we're here, and hopefully the planning board process won't be too difficult, but it will certainly be complicated and strenuous, and we will look at all the issues, as Mr. Saline pointed out, for sure. So, and the public will have their opportunity to speak as well. So with that said, I'm in favor of this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Karen? I'll just echo the comments of my committee members. Obviously, this has been articulated. This has been a long, arduous process. At times, people, the public, thought we were doing things behind closed doors and behind curtains and nefarious activity. It couldn't be further from the truth, obviously. We're pleased to have been able to actually bring out to the public and talk more in depth about this over the past several months. Our FAQ document answered a lot of questions. The developer coming twice to our committee meetings, as well as the planning board, meeting with borough folks as well, was a great step in terms of showing their interest in working with the community. And I think that will continue as we move this to the planning board itself. But I just want to thank the public for expressing their interest, their concerns over the past couple of months. This is, again, now moves from our committee, assuming we approve it all tonight, goes to the planning board where the conversation will continue. And I would encourage you all to continue that conversation, attending the planning board meetings. You can find those agendas on our township website and learn more there. Again, thanks to Frank and Albert and Tom, John, everyone who's been involved in this process in terms of moving it from what conception was to where we are today. So I thank you all for your patience, your understanding, and with that, I will call for a motion to, do we need a motion to approve the,
We just need a vote.
roll call then, please.
Mr. Saline?
Yes.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. Sullivan?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Swartz?
Yes.
Mayor Ritter?
Yes. All right. Now moving on to, we have watershed protection, or do we do the updated zoning map?
Do the water for shed protection because the zoning map includes
Fair enough. This is ordinance.
Well, I'm sorry. We did break off, we took the first ordinance out of sequence. You didn't have public hearing. So you can continue to finish the ordinances and have the public hearings on them and then open it to the public, or you can open it to the public for any comment now and then pick up the pace. because we did take it out of sequence.
On number 16 you're talking about.
No, we, on the agenda, normally we do our regular hearing of citizens before we do the public hearing on ordinances.
Oh, you want that public hearing?
I'm just suggesting you can
Sure.
do that.
Why not? Okay, we'll do the hearing of citizens. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to be heard about issues which are not topics scheduled for the public hearing tonight. To help facilitate an orderly meeting and to permit all to be heard, speakers are asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes.
Hi, Stacy Ewald, 54 Nicholson. I don't know, the township administrator, if he's here, he might be able to answer the question. But almost 5 years ago, there was a temporary cell tower put at Esternay. And I know at the top of Nicholson, the permanent cell tower is now in place. I saw that go in about a month ago, so I wanted to find out when that temporary cell tower was only supposed to be there 2 years, 3 years max. It's now going on 5 years. So I wanted to find out when the temporary cell tower will be dismantled.
Great question, Stacy. Tom has the answer. We actually responded to another resident's comment on this.
I don't know. They've relocated their antennas to the PSUG tower, and they should be in the process of getting ready to take down the temporary towers.
Okay, and they have plans to put a new playground there?
Yes, that playground is already on site. It's in a storage box down on the lower field if you go out there and take a look. So I'm hoping that that's going to happen any day now, but I don't have a specific date.
Okay. Is there anything that could be done to kind of get them to make sure, because it's been a long time now running, is there anything to make sure it gets done quickly? I don't even know how it lasted 5 years because it's green space, so it wasn't supposed to go past 3 years.
I know,
Yeah.
I think we did, in fact, order them to vacate. There was an initial temporary permit that was issued. There was approval from Green Acres for that. There were, I believe, 2 6-month extensions that were permitted, and then they requested additional, and we turned them down and told them to vacate the site. Whereupon they sued us. They went to court and got a court order allowing them to stay there and requiring us to do certain things with the Green Acres folks in terms of mitigating what had gone on there. But the delay, one of the delays, the most recent delay, had to do with the actual physical ability to put the new antennas or the antennas on the new transmission towers. Those towers had to be powered down, and that only happens, I think, twice a year or once a year. So at least as far as calendar year 2017 goes, that was the delay. They had to wait until, I think it was the first week in November for that to happen. So that did happen. They have installed the antennas both at the Esternay location and also over by Colony Pool where the other temporary tower was. So I don't know at this point when they're taking down the temporary towers, but it should be, any time now.
Is it still being monitored by the courts because of the green space? Because I remember initially when the courts got involved
Yeah,
because of the green
we're not
space.
finished with Green Acres or the court yet.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Tracy Ness, 31 Jeffrey Court in Chatham Township. I read with interest that the township is no longer going to be participating in the cost-sharing agreement with the Chatham Athletic Foundation, Chatham Borough, and Chatham Township with regards to Lum Field. So I was wondering if I could ask the committee members, what discussions did you have regarding this, and why is that good for residents? Typhoon, I'll start with you.
No, can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Sure. The township is not going to participate in the returfing of Lum Field. We had an agreement from many years ago that was between the Chatham Athletic Foundation, the township, and the borough to share in a third of the costs of field improvements. And we've declined to do that with the returfing of Lum Field as part of our joint recreation program. So I'm wondering what discussions did the township committee members have, and why is this good for residents?
Honestly,
Can I help you out here? Because I probably have
Sure.
more history than the rest of the group. And
You know what,
I know you're addressing it to
I'd
the
actually
but-
like to ask the committee members what discussions they had to get to that decision.
Sure. Tom, could you please answer?
Typhoon, if you could just let me know what discussions you had.
Tracy, I would like Tom to make a comment first. Thank you.
I just want to give you a point of clarification as to what the agreement was, okay? Because it was not an agreement in perpetuity to participate in the cost of improvements to the facilities. What it was Lumfield and Shunpike. That's it. It didn't go beyond that. We participated in a three-way deal with CAF, the borough, and ourselves to turf Lumfield. We then did a portion of Shunpike. The turf field was a three-way partnership, but the grass fields, and the lights were also a three-way. But the grass fields, the reconstruction of the two baseball fields was completely on the township. The borough and the CAF did not participate in that cost. We've done a number of other improvements at facilities, as has the borough. They did Shepherd Colic. They did that on their own. We did things at Shunpike on our own. As I said, we just redid the basketball court there. That was not a three-way deal. There are things that we share. There are other things that we don't. So that's just been the way that it's always been. When the discussion came up about redoing Lum Field, there were some discussions between myself and the administrator, Councilman, I think it was Jim Lonergan, and Kevin Sullivan as the recreation liaison at the time, as to whether we were going to participate in that or whether we would hold off and when it comes time to do Shunpike, to fend for ourselves. We went out and inspected the condition of Shunpike Field, and frankly, it's probably got another 10 years of life to it. It's still in pristine condition. It's like brand new, so it's going to be a long time before we would need to call on them, and by then we're all going to be gone. So frankly, it was a decision that was made. I made the recommendation, and it was concurred with, and that's the way that that went.
Okay. So what were the discussions that were involved with the committee about this decision to
I did not
share?
participate in the discussions. I'll say that right now. I trust my colleagues here. I certainly trust the abundant knowledge of Tom Chickarone, Kevin as the liaison to the rec situation in our town, and I did not participate in any of the back discussion.
Yeah, but again, just to be clear, we don't discuss other projects either. They didn't discuss Shepherd Colic with us. They didn't ask for any input. Memorial Field, they redid that on their own. There was no discussion with us, no participation by us.
Wasn't there an expectation, though? Weren't they a little surprised, at least according to the article?
You can't always believe what you read in the paper.
So we have an agreement. So has that agreement then been dissolved? Because I know we are very pro cost sharing.
No, what we have, the agreement that we have, Tracy, is for the Joint Recreation Department. We jointly fund the limited staff that exists at this point in time, and we lend administrative support to the clubs that now run the vast majority of our recreation program. There are still a few things that we do internally that we do ourselves, but for the most part, it all has transitioned to clubs and they do their own thing. So the agreement doesn't go beyond that. It's a shared service agreement relative to staffing, and that's it. The decision was always that each project
agreement from 2005.
That's defunct at this point.
So who made it defunct?
Time.
Well, there was no time on the actual contract.
There was, Tracy. It was a specific...
It was only good for 12 years.
It was only for those two projects. And then there was a joint program, and I don't remember the dates, frankly, as to when it was most recently modified, but the borough, in Frank, terminated it. On very short notice to us, they said, we're done. That was when we still had... The existing agreement that we have now is only relative to staffing. And the predecessor to that was also only on staffing. And the borough terminated that agreement. So we're done, and we terminated our recreation director, and as you know, things have evolved to where we only have one person serving the recreation program from the borough, and at our end, it's me.
Right. So they terminated the joint recreation program, but I'm talking about the interlocal agreement.
No, that's what they terminated. They terminated the interlocal agreement relative to staffing. We then did a new one that addressed the new reality of there being one staff person and that the clubs run the programs.
So is the cost-sharing agreement that was signed originally and that took care of Lum Field, took care of Shumpike Field, was going to take care of future field projects. There was a project that was underway, that was under consideration to construct a recreation center, that they did a lot of backgrounds inserts. They interviewed me as part of Chatham Athletic Boosters. That was an ongoing consideration as a joint project. So,
Tracy, you're remembering something that I don't remember. There have always been discussions about doing various projects, but there were no agreements beyond the one that did Lum and Shumpike. None.
so then the
And
committee
the
didn't
program.
have any, so that it could, just to understand, because residents are involved in this process as residents donate to the Chatham Athletic Foundation. So we were a part of that three-way agreement.
Understood.
So when you withdraw or make a decision to say, look, you know, we're not paying $100,000 now because 5-10 years down the road, we're not going to be here, so we don't really need your 1/3 of funding.
No. I may have misspoke when I categorized it that way. Our view is that the CAF, when the time comes that we have a project that makes sense for joint funding, that the CAF will contribute to it. But we don't
But
have
the
one
borough
right
won't,
now.
because
Well, we
now
won't
we're
ask
not.
them. We won't ask them to.
They were asking us to donate to LUM. There was an expectation that we were going to participate in LUM. There was going to be a third, a third, a third.
See, I don't accept that that was the characterization. There were very preliminary discussions about, do you want to participate? They never wrote a letter and said, would you please, it didn't happen that way.
No, because I think there was an expectation that it was going to
No.
happen.
I was at the
No, there
meeting,
was
and
not.
and the question was asked, do you or do you want to go alone? And we opted to go alone, based off the reasons that Tom said.
Right, so you opted to
And that was
go-
over a year ago.
You opted to go alone. Well, it was just reported. I think the meeting just happened. I don't know, Ed, you were there.
No, we're talking about a meeting that happened over a year ago.
So then it was never discussed. So my point being is
Tracy,
that
if-
part of the, then I was involved in the part of it, so I'm kind of passionate about it, was that the Chatham Athletic Fund was put together by parents, or Chatham Athletic Foundation was put together by parents to create a cost-sharing opportunity between the township and the borough. And we held fundraisers, and we did all sorts of things that enabled those things to happen, and we have an expectation that the Chatham Athletic Foundation continues to fundraise with the expectation that they would contribute to future projects. And I believe that there was an expectation, Kevin, that there was going to be a third, a third, a third cost-sharing agreement. Given that we are very pro-cost sharing, and given that we will be asking for contributions to any future field project. I'm glad to hear it's going to last another 10 years, but we don't know what the weather's going to be like. We don't know what another 450 kids are going to do to the field. So, you know, hopefully it will. But at some point in time, we are going to have to pay now 2/3 of the cost of that instead of 1/3 of the cost of that.
Which is what we did at Shumpike. We've already
You
done
did
it
for a
that way.
portion of it, right.
No, we spent a whole lot more money on the grass side than on the turf side. You know, John's sitting there, he can tell you.
Yeah, well,
But-
I'm
but
sure
again,
if you have a
Tracy,
project that costs
let's-
$3 million
let's
versus
just
it costs-
really cut to the chase here, okay? The discussions that Mr. Sullivan made reference to probably took place about a year ago. After the borough chose to plow the snow and ice off of the field and did some damage to it, shortened its lifespan, they decided that they were going to move forward with returfing it. They didn't talk to us. Again, they did speak to us a year ago. It was, you know, are you going to participate? We never gave them an answer, frankly.
Yes.
And then the next thing we knew, there it was in the newspaper that it was on their agenda for the coming meeting, that they were introducing an ordinance, and they had decided to go on their own because they hadn't heard from us. And frankly, we then let them know that's okay, that's fine. You know, we'll do the next one ourselves. That's the way it went.
And so I'm just interested in the discussions that the committee had about this, about whether getting rid of a cost-sharing agreement, whether it's going to help us in the future or not, what discussions were had, or was a decision made unilaterally?
Tracy, I did not have any discussions with it, but I guess if I did, I think I would voice some concern if one community was replacing turf fields on one cycle of time, and the other community was getting significantly longer life out of their turf fields, that it would strike me as not being equitable for both of those communities to be chipping in the equal amounts. Now, so, I mean, I can see the logic in looking at it and saying that sharing equally in that kind of a cost doesn't make sense.
Well, there was a time difference. So they just started Lum first, and then, as you know, with Shunpike, it took a long time because of all the DEP issues. So there was a 5-year time lag between Lum and Shunpike. So naturally, you can't do the projects in concurrently.
And they
So
also
there's going to
chose
be a
plow
natural.
Lum versus maintaining it the way we maintain our turf fields.
Well, they plowed it because the field was at the end of its life, and people needed to use the field, and they allowed the high school students to use it. So there was a recognition, because we actually
Plowing it
offered.
would only enhance the
They
ability of
they knew they were.
recognize that it's going to do more damage, so why not do more damage to it because it's got a shorter lifespan?
Right.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, well, it did at the time because sports
And look
teams
where we are today.
needed to get on it. So there was a recognition at the time, as you said a year ago, that needed to be returfed. So when we had that snow, knowing that it was going to need to be returfed anyway, they plowed
Take
it.
a plow and just rip it all up.
Well, on our fields, they actually had kids get out with shovels and ice picks, so that wasn't a great idea either.
But Tracy, there's, again, I don't know how much the community pays close attention to this stuff or not. There's never been an equal sharing of the cost of this program. Never. It was limited to those specific projects. The borough takes care of their own facilities, we take care of our own facilities, and that also was a unilateral decision by the borough. I participated in meetings going way back, I think when Mayor Plambach was the mayor, and there were specific discussions about whether we were going to do a real joint program and put everything together, including the daily operational costs, the maintenance of the fields and all of that. And the decision from the borough was, no, we'll do ours, you do yours. So there's always been that separation. From my perspective, and it's a bit of a sore subject with me, so I apologize if I come across as a bit testy on this, but we have always put more into these facilities and what goes into the joint program than the borough has. We have a field here, we have a basketball court, they don't have anything like that. We support the senior center, there's no contribution from the borough on that, it's a donation, it's a gift from the township. The borough people are welcome to participate there, and they do. We do share in the cost of the bus service for the seniors for shopping and medical trips and that sort of stuff. That is a 50-50 split, but otherwise the operation of the senior center is completely on us. This gym is completely on us. All of the other gym spaces, as you know, are all school gyms. The fields, we put a lot of money into maintaining our fields. During baseball season, we have people working weekends overtime to prep baseball fields. Not the borough, they don't do that. We're in the process right now of converting the treatment of our fields to an organic approach. Initially, there's going to be a substantial cost to doing that. They're not doing that. So, I really just don't want to hear that the borough is somehow being mistreated.
That absolutely wasn't having anything to do with my question.
But also,
my question was having to do with a cost-sharing agreement that could potentially benefit us down the road, that if we continued with this good relationship that we have with the borough, that we would want to continue in a cost-sharing relationship with them going forward with the fields. And it would be nice if there would be a discussion amongst the committee members as to whether that was a good idea or a bad idea. And it would be nice to have that conversation in public, since it was residents who started the fund and entered into the local agreement, and are people who are contributing money towards these types of projects, towards the returfing that both Chatham Borough and Chatham Town residents use, Chatham Borough and Chatham Township kids use. And I would like to see us avail ourselves of any cost-sharing opportunity, which has been a very successful cost-sharing opportunity, and a three-way partnership with the public, with Chatham Borough and Chatham Township. And were we to change this agreement or make the decision, whether it's good, bad, or neutral, Tom, I think that the Township Committee should actually have a discussion amongst themselves, and that it also should be discussed in public, because we are the ones who are donating to the Chatham Athletic Foundation. So if those funds are now not going to be used to help returf those projects. We don't know whether they will or not, because who knows what's going to happen in 5 years.
Well, we certainly fully expect that the CAF will contribute. They contributed to LUM, they'll contribute to Shunpike when the time comes, but we won't be asking the borough for a share, that's all. That's the only thing that changes. Our relationship and our partnership with the CAF is not affected at all. And
we
I
hope
was
it's
there
not.
from the very beginning. You know, I helped the organizers of the CAF do it.
Yeah.
As far as procedurally what they needed to go through. So,
Yep.
you know.
So my point is, I hope that the committee can find its way to discuss these types of issues that are affecting residents going forward with the joint recreation program, with field restoration efforts, and that the public gets to be included in it because we are a part of that partnership. Thank you.
Yes, you directed the question first to me, so I just wanted to make sure it's not unanswered. So I was not part of any discussions.
Thank you.
So, and CAF did notify me. We had a long conversation, the CAF president, multiple times. He told us, he told myself, we're going to donate. I said, okay. You know, he asked the understanding. I explained it. I said, great, okay. And there was an understanding that, you know, there'll be projects for us down in the future. Doesn't change CAF's mission. I'm not sure if CAF went out and asked all their members who donated money whether it was our right to do that unilaterally. They made the decision, probably their board, which is fine. That's what they're there to do.
I'm sure they probably did have a
They're there to
discussion
do.
amongst their board members, and
Yeah,
I'm
that's
sure
what
they
they're there
probably
to do.
did have a thing.
Sure.
So my comment to you is, when making decisions that involve resident-funded Chatham Borough, Chatham Township, the fact that the residents have a role in this, it would have been nice if this could have been discussed amongst the committee first, so people who don't know about it know, people can form an opinion about it, make a decision, and also have this discussion in public so that residents who are contributing to this process have a say in it as well.
Well,
Thank you.
Tom is tasked to deal with taxpayer members.
Well, I would
who
think that
file.
all of you deal with taxpayers' issues.
Well, of course we do. But Tom administers the town. Okay, we set policy, Tom administers the town. He makes decision on behalf of all the taxpayers, not necessarily nonprofit groups. Well, you keep talking about CAF and the people who supported CAF, which is wonderful. It's great. It's a great
Well, you guys
organization.
represent the taxpayers.
Of course we do.
But we are not the donors.
But-
You know,
but
we're
my-
not walking down the church.
No, we're the
and telling them
donors.
how- And that's wonderful, that's great. Because you can donate to anything you want, but that does, our taxpayers donate to the churches. We don't go walking down to the churches and tell them how to administer the money that we, the taxpayers, give to them. The Chatham
Okay.
Athletic Foundation,
Doesn't make any
the
sense.
Chatham Education Foundation, and various other foundations in our great community are not subject to the oversight by the governing body. Do you
Okay.
expect that they would be?
Okay.
Do you
Now, one
expect
more
that-
time. There's an agreement between the Athletic Foundation, the township, and the borough.
Right,
That was
and
to
that's
field.
fabulous, and it's been
that-
going on since
2005. So it's an ongoing process to do a cost-sharing agreement. Given that we all love cost-sharing agreements, which we absolutely do, there would have been nice for all of you to have a discussion as to what this means. And it would have been nice to have a discussion with the public, since the public is participating in this three-way agreement that helps fund projects, to have this discussion about what it means to withdraw. Thank you.
Thank you.
We didn't withdraw from anything. We just decided not to participate in this project.
Next.
Jane Devlin, 25 Hickory Place, Chatham Township. I wanted to begin by wishing well Ms. Schwartz and Mr. Kelly on their reelection and Mr. Selin on his election. And I want to acknowledge the reasoned, insightful, and open-minded remarks Mr. Selin made regarding all constituents as memorialized in TAP on November 7th. And the next thing I wanted to comment on, please, is a very small matter. But the good thing about small matters is they're probably easily corrected. I don't want to talk about the Dixie-Dale trees and farm. I just want to talk about one tree, the township Christmas tree. I had looked at the tree for about 2 weeks when it went up in its original location, and I had noticed that it was a bit disheveled with the lights and a little bit crooked. And I kept thinking for 2 weeks, maybe somebody in the township of consequence, more consequence and authority than me, would notice that. I did see recently the tree's been moved. I don't know really why, but it's in a good spot now, a better spot. But it's kind of crooked and a little off-kiltered. And I was just wondering, please, if maybe something could be done to adjust that, maybe put a star on the tree, because the tree itself is a little sparse on the top. And if we look at our township tree relative to, say, Green Village or the Borough or Florham Park or Madison's, or even the tree in the lobby of this municipal building tonight, not that it's a contest, but if we looked at our township tree, it's not a contest, but if we did, we would not win the contest. So I just wanted to just throw that out there as food for thought. It's a little matter, easily, I hope, adjusted. The third and last thing is I wanted to thank Ms. Schwartz for meeting with the postal officials representing the Township Committee and importantly representing the constituents. And I did understand from the newspapers, explanation was provided as to the events that happened, to quote the paper, or to quote the post office, I should say, to make this perfect storm of a problem. And I don't want to make these comments exclusively about me, but I do have to say I was very, very affected by the mail delivery problem. And it escalated. I cannot be comfortable accepting the only explanation that it's a recent phenomenon due to holiday mail and some retirements, et cetera, in the post office, because I have been missing mail on and off probably since October, although again it got very pronounced recently. And it had a rippling effect. Again, without going into particulars, I don't do too much online. I do a lot of things old school through the post office. So by the time I had realized all the things, or the very things that were not getting delivered to me, some of my bills were late, I had the late fees, credit cards were frozen, I had car insurance policies that were pending, lapsing. So there was a lot of kind of quality assurance things I had to do to go about correcting the matters. So it's a very sensitive issue to me. I did contact Congressman Freelandhouse's office, and I am going to take advantage of the Informed Delivery app that Ms. Schwartz talked about tonight, although I do have to say I shouldn't have to be tracking my mail. I should be able to be having trust in the U.S. Post Office. So I would like to suggest maybe considering a town hall where the postal people could not talk so much about why the problems occurred, but what remedies are going to be in place to ensure these problems don't resurface on an ongoing basis. Because I know they have a lot of solutions right now in place, extra help and people from the administrative branch of the divisions of the post office in, but all that isn't going to stay ongoing. And I felt very victimized. I don't know where my mail went, the mail I never got. So does somebody now have my address, my name, my personal information? It was kind of really overwhelming and scary. So all I have to say, to bring a little folksiness to the situation, think of the Miracle on 34th Street movie. It's a good thing Chatham Post Office was in charge with delivering that mail, because we would have never found out if that Kris Kringle was the real Santa Claus. But seriously, what is the committee going to, or how will the committee stay involved to ensure that there's some corrective things?
It is a federal matter. But that being said, we represent you. So that's why we did, Mayor Ritter, myself, Mayor Harris, obviously, why we did approach the federal government, because the U.S. Post Office is a matter of federal concern. we don't necessarily need a town hall to voice our displeasure. The U.S. Post Office in Chatham Borough has said that they will have a customer service representative there Monday through Saturday to talk with postal patrons about their concerns in Post Office Plaza, not at the Main Street branch, but by Cottage Deli. And there will be somebody there to accept your concerns and that of others. They're there 11 o'clock to 3, specifically to address individual postal patrons' concerns. So if you are still worried, then I would definitely encourage you to go and speak to maybe the squeaking wheel gets the grease. If you do look at the images of your mail through informed delivery, you'll know in advance whether a bill you're expecting is arriving. And it is disconcerting, especially when it comes to how quickly people cancel our insurance these days. So in that regard, I think definitely we can be proactive, and as individuals, as postal patrons, that we could definitely go down and avail ourselves of the customer service representative that they promised they would have Monday through Saturday, specifically to deal with your postal concerns.
Okay.
We will certainly pass the matter up the food chain if you get in touch with us, but our recourse is to go to the federal government as well. We don't have any actual impact on the postal delivery except to exert pressure.
Well, that I do understand and agree with you. But again, sometimes the more people in a polite but affirmative way that exert pressure, and I think because the press got involved and because the various elected officials representing the citizens got involved, it opened the door to some quality problem solving. I just wanted to say one thing I did learn from Congressman's office is there is a particular, I haven't done it yet, but there is a particular form you could fill out to indicate you are having a problem with the post office, where they will look into one specific issue, which is different and more than just calling the congressman's office to expressing concerns. So there's almost 2 remedies in the congressman's office. So I just wanted to sort of put that out there too.
You know, and let's hope that we cleared this hurdle and cleared the backlog, and whatever perfect storm it was, that we can increase our ability
Because,
to
I mean, I'm
rely
sure
on
you
it.
agree, it sounds very overwhelming for the town at large.
Thank you, Aunt Jane. I also just want to comment on your Christmas tree comment. I too found it a little depressing.
Charlie Brownish.
Yes.
In fact, that's one of the reasons why we moved it to the new location with menorah, with additional lights. But I think you make a good point, and perhaps next year we could look to get a larger tree or something that's more representative of the Christmas spirit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And Green Village is Chatham Township, and that tree lighting was there for all of Chatham Township and all the Chathams and all of Harding and everybody else. So we were there. We were there celebrating the lighting of the Green Village Christmas tree, which is our folks.
Thank you, Aunt Jane.
You're welcome. Straighten the lights on the current tree. Now
we'll
we'll
try
go
to-
to Bill. Okay, thanks.
Stake it up.
Thank you, Bill.
So I'm Phil Uncle. I live at 16 J Road. And I had a comment about the ordinances. I don't know if this is the time for that, or if this is still the
This is for
public comments.
comment on anything that's not being discussed tonight.
Aha, okay. Cool, then I'll come back then.
Very good. We'll see you in a bit.
I'll talk later, but Jessica Romeo, 49 Pine Street. Tom, you said that you're looking into organic lawn maintenance. You know that's near and dear to my heart. I've emailed you about that with Colony, so I'm so psyched to hear that. Thank you. That's awesome. Thanks.
Melissa Cavallone, 400 Fairmount Avenue. As a parent in this town, as a volunteer at the various PTOs as my children move through the school district, I'm very passionate about anti-bullying and suicide prevention. I fully believe they go hand in hand. As part of that, I also recognize that our children are always watching and learning behavior from us. If we speed down local streets, they get the idea that it's okay for them to do that when they are old enough to drive. When we bypass the laid out drop-off and pick-up practices at the school, indicating that these rules don't apply to us, we teach our kids that the rules don't apply to them. When we sit up here, these people here are your constituents. when you sit up there, and you too, and you treat the people in this room by cutting them off, by speaking to them in a demeaning manner, you are teaching this also to your children at home. You are setting a very poor example for all children. If you act as bullies while sitting up there, you're teaching that to your children as well. We want to be heard, not dealt with. When we even have local reporters writing that various constituents are being treated poorly when they stand up here at the microphone. And specifically, yes, I was talking about Mrs. Neff. That should be a wake-up call to you. I want you to keep all of this in mind as you go about your suicide prevention work. You have to treat people nicely. You may be tired of talking about something, but they may be asking questions that other people have. So please, treat us with respect.
Thank you, Melissa. I'm not quite sure when people have not been treated with respect. I treat people the way I want to be treated. Pot calling kettle black here, it sounds. I mean, it's like, it goes both ways. Right? It goes both ways.
Both ways.
Yes.
You are sitting in a lofty position, and you are treating some of us.
I disagree.
You're just asking stupid questions, and why the heck are we even here?
I disagree entirely. Right? We want to talk about being on Facebook. And when I post things on Facebook, I'm a political punching bag. And I can understand, as the mayor, as a spokesperson for the township, people will take shots at me. I can accept that. But don't think that I don't respect or care for what my residents and constituents think. People email me. I say it all the time.
Cut her off.
Excuse me?
You cut her off.
No.
Mr. Mayor, if the speaker wants to come to the microphone and give her another 3 minutes, we can do that. But this back and forth, it certainly doesn't add to the television reception.
Very good.
You know, I might just add, Mr. Mayor, if you will, you can go to many towns, and the 5 people sitting up here would sit here, and they'd allow you to talk, they'd give you your 3 minutes, and they would say nothing. This is a hearing of citizens to come up and speak. It's not a back and forth debate for many towns. We, to a fault, many times will engage the citizens. We will have a conversation. We will go back and forth, as we did earlier, as Ray chimed in, and sometimes these meetings get away from us from that perspective. But you can go to many towns, you'll come up for 3 minutes, speak, and the mayor will say, "Thank you very much," nod his head, and the next person will get up and speak, and that's the end of the meeting. I have never found anyone up here not to be willing to engage, almost to a fault. I mean, we're already at 10 o'clock, and we have 3 more ordinances, and we have multiple items on the agenda, and we're going to go into executive session. We'll certainly be here past midnight, but I don't see anyone sitting up here saying, "Let's rush this along." So, you know, I would say that, you know, more often than not, and I'm not saying we're perfect, and items get hot and contested and heated. You know, clearly there are people up here and out in the audience and in town on 2 sides of the argument. We see it all the time. That's okay. The one thing, you know, if you don't agree with us, well, that's not bad, you know. But you know, stating factual statements and then not liking it, there's nothing wrong with that, you know. So the point is that we do engage, we do have a dialogue, and I have yet to see anyone really, from a standpoint of disrespect, anyone up here. I would concur with the mayor. So I appreciate you all being here, and I appreciate the comments, and I hope you appreciate our positions and tolerate and understand our positions as we do yours. We're not always going to agree. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Genevieve Castellino. I'm at 104 Armont Road in the township. First of all, I just want to say you have a very difficult job, sitting up there and working for many hours, and we thank you as a community for what you do. On the other hand, I'm fairly new to this. I started coming to these meetings earlier this year, and I can tell you, sitting there, that there's two sides. There is one side that seems to be a group that agrees, and then there's everybody else who is not on the same page with the council. So rather than discuss, what we have done in the past, I wanted to talk about the meeting that we had on Sunday with Mr. Kelly that I thought was a really nice way to collaborate with the community. Mr. Kelly was very open and collaborative and listening, and some of us in the community would like to see that happen in these meetings, because these are broadcast publicly, and we're telling, depending on who you ask, this town is number 1, number 2, number 4 best places to live. And I think it would behoove all of us here and there to be less confrontational. And I say this now, Melissa gave me an opening to say it, but I say this now because a very testy subject is coming up in a few minutes, and maybe we can all just calm down and be collaborative about it. So thank you.
Thank you. And I think you make a good point, and I think, we should all understand, you should always assume positive intent. All right? There are always going to be two sides to every issue, and we may not always agree. But I would like to think, some of you have made comments to me in the past about this as well, and you appreciate our service, and I appreciate you appreciating the fact that we're volunteering up on this committee here. But please know, we're all residents here. We want what's best for our residents. We may not always agree and see eye to eye, but I think we all have the same interests of Chatham Township at heart, that we want to make it a great place to live, to raise a family. So thank you very much.
And that's how all of us who come into these meetings feel as well. So, I've had exchanges in the past where I felt a bit scorched when I left. And I was new to it, so I stepped away. But everyone in this room comes here. I have to tell you, I'm having a very personal emergency tonight that really needs me to be at home. But it was important enough for me to come here for the ordinances that are coming up. So you need to know that everyone who comes into this room comes here because we all love our town. Just as much as you do, we love it, and we come here so that we can work together to sort out whatever issues and differences we have, but do it in a collaborative, polite, fun way. We don't always have to be loggerheads. I've seen the way Mr. Brower or the developers or some of these conversations are had, and if we don't agree about certain things, I'm okay with that. You don't have to agree with everything I say, but just let's not be in each other's face about it. That's all.
Spend a lot of time on Facebook, perhaps, because
the funny thing is,
it is brutal.
It is brutal.
It's derogatory. It's mean.
Karen. So here's what I do.
Sometimes
it is. And social media is a place where we're not seeing each other. We're not looking at each other.
Yeah.
So I might say something, and you might misinterpret it. I have actually been very lucky that whoever runs those forums doesn't think I live in Chatham Township or whatever the reason is, but I'm not approved for them. So I don't actually...
We're all dealing with that a little bit, too.
So I don't... But what I see is, generally I try to be a voice of reason in any situation, right? And what I saw in the past couple of weeks was a large number of people in the community, and I mean large, not 5 or 10, it was hundreds, who were so riled up by the manner in which ordinances were brought in, the manner in which the social media uproar, people being blocked, people being... And again, I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm right, they're wrong. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying that what goes on in this room should stay separate from what's going on social media
Well, that's really
or
hard
outside.
if you're talking about all of us on social media. If we're all getting thrown under the bus in one way or another, it's very hard to separate it.
It is
Our
very-
kids
it is.
see it. You want to
It
talk
is.
about what your kids see.
And
You
and
know,
our
when, when you have kids who are out there on social media reading what's being written about
It's
their dad
brutal.
or their mom.
It's brutal,
So,
and it's
so remember that the vitriol goes,
Right.
goes more, I would say
Right.
it goes less from us. We are not vitriolic people.
I absolutely agree with you. And what I would like to say, very simply, is when we walk into this door, that we remove social media from our minds, we remove conversations that happen in
I
parking
would
lots.
like to remove it from our political scene. If we can all treat each other nicely by coming here, then why are we
Perfect.
screaming at each other on some public forum?
Absolutely.
It's hypocritical.
It
So
is.
I can't, I can't look at the plea for civility and treat it with all seriousness from so many folks. And I will also say, I think to my colleague, Mr. Kelly's meeting over the weekend, that's great. We do it all the time. It just doesn't end up in the paper. We're constantly sitting with our folks. We're constantly getting emails. We're constantly talking to them. And I make a joke about it taking me an hour to get through the produce section at ShopRite. I might be joking about it, but it's so true. My husband wants to know why I'm at ShopRite for 2 hours to go in and pick up a box of oatmeal. These are the places we see our folks. We see them at church. We see them everywhere. And we see them face to face, so we read what's going on their faces, not what's going on in
Okay,
social media.
then-
and we do it all the time. And thanks to
Then
Mr.
maybe
Kelly for
what we
calling
can
out something
do-
that's important to us. But this is what we do.
Absolutely, and I think that it might be a good idea then, that what we did with the Dixie-Dale thing, where, I know you met people, and Mr. Kelly happened to be in our part of town, and we met Mr. Kelly, and I think we need to do a little more of that outside, besides the, butting heads on. Maybe we should all go out and get coffee. But in the meantime, let's just keep the room here a little less angry.
Any coffee would be the wrong beverage.
I love.
She meant Irish coffee.
Mayor, can I take just 2 minutes here? 'Cause,
At least.
I appreciate all the comments that were made, and I'm sure that a lot of them are probably for my benefit. And I will acknowledge that there certainly have been times that I've been testy with people, that I may have interrupted people and may have acted in somewhat of a dismissive manner. I've never intended to disrespect anyone here. One of the things that happens, I'm here all the time. These meetings are perhaps a novelty for the residents when they come out, once every couple of weeks or once every couple of months. But I deal with citizens all the time, and I think that I'm accurate in saying that the vast majority of people that have interactions with me through my office have their problems resolved and wind up with a satisfactory encounter. Now, having said that, is Tracy still here? No. Well, if she was, I would offer an apology for the way that I spoke to her at the last meeting that generated the pot and kettle editorial in the Courier. But one of the things that's frustrating for me, and I have a tendency to perhaps not recognize the formality of this setting, that we're in a public meeting, because I know everybody here. Jessica Romeo, Stacy Ewald, Tracy Ness. I've known Tracy since I came here. She used to sit in one of these seats where Ed and Kathy are now, covering these meetings. Her children and my children went to school together, and I have a kind of relationship with her outside of these meetings where we talk in an informal way and we can debate about things, and I hope she doesn't take it personally, because I certainly don't. I don't look at any of the social media. I don't even read your papers, sorry. Especially the Courier, since you now need a subscription for it. So it doesn't do me any good to do that. I don't want my mind clouded when I'm dealing with members of the public who might be taking shots at me on Facebook. I don't really care. It doesn't bother me. But I recognize that perhaps I let my guard down and talk to you in an informal way, in a formal setting, because I think I know you on a personal level. So if I've disrespected anybody, if I've interrupted people, I apologize for that. I will try to be more mindful of it. And it is a bad habit. We should not interrupt people when they're speaking, and I know that I do it. I'll try to be mindful not to.
Thank you, Tom. Anyone else? All right, moving on. We've got ordinance 2017-20. This is ordinance of the Township of Chatham, County of Morris, repealing Chapter 30, Article 6, Section 30-64, dot 3A of the revised general ordinances of the Township of Chatham titled the Great Swamp Watershed Overlay District Stormwater Management Ordinance, and replacing it with a new Chapter 30, Article 7, Section 30-83 titled Watershed Protection. I was hoping that, John, you could just kind of give a brief overview of this significant ordinance.
Yes, I will try to be brief. Basically, we have two watersheds in the township. We have, basically, if it rains, water goes either to the Great Swamp or it goes to the Passaic River. We have an existing ordinance in place, the Great Swamp Overlay District, that strictly regulates stormwater within the Great Swamp. And it really focuses on water quality. That ordinance is not changing, it's just being moved into one location in this ordinance. We also have stormwater regulations for the Passaic watershed. That's not being changed, that's being incorporated into this ordinance. We have an existing ordinance that prohibits oil pipelines within the township, everywhere in the township. And what initiated this ordinance was the fact that it was concerned that that ordinance really was defendable in court. If you just prohibit it everywhere, it's just not defendable. So that's really what started some discussions on this ordinance. And frankly, the ordinance also, we currently don't have an ordinance that regulates the storage of hazardous or petroleum products, and so we are incorporating that also into this ordinance. So basically what we've done is this ordinance does not change the current stormwater regulations within the township. It does move it into one location under watershed protection. We do regulate transmission oil pipelines. The ordinance basically prohibits the installation of transmission oil pipelines within the Great Swamp Overlay watershed. However, it does allow it as a conditional use in the Passaic. However, it permits it under very rigorous conditions that need to be adhered to. And then the ordinance also regulates the petroleum and hazardous substances in both watersheds, basically prohibiting the storage of underground storage tanks, and it does have exceptions regarding existing tanks, exceptions to existing fuel gas stations, but it also does provide some technical basis and some regulations regarding the installation of above-ground storage tanks. So basically, the ordinance is we feel is more defendable for regulating oil transmission pipelines within the township, and it also brings together, it demonstrates the commitment that Chatham has in the past with the Great Swamp Overlay District of emphasizing water quality, protection of the swamp, and it also brings in the regulation of hazardous and petroleum products, again emphasizing that this ordinance is not only about highly regulating transmission oil lines, but also just emphasizing the protection and regulation and concerns that they had regarding environmental protection.
Thank you, John, for keeping it brief. No, I think, this is a significant ordinance from my perspective, and I think it's further highlights the committee's position in terms of as it relates to pipelines, and certainly the Pilgrim pipeline. It's been out of the news recently, but just because it's out of the news doesn't mean that the fight doesn't continue. And I think this ordinance takes a step in the right direction to ensure that the pipeline won't make its way through our township, though that will be, we'll see that in the near future. I mean, that'll be 2018's topic of conversation. But thank you, John, for your efforts in working on this and ensuring the public safety of our residents.
Thank you, Mayor.
Any comments or discussion? Is there a motion to approve? Oh, sorry, public hearing. Anyone want to come forward and speak about this ordinance? Come on up.
I'm just going to make a comment, Jessica Romeo, that's fabulous. I'm so glad you guys did that, and I think it's a pretty solid ordinance, and it was necessary, and thanks for going through all that effort to make it so solid.
Thank you. Anyone else? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Selin?
Yes.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. Sullivan?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Schwartz?
Yes.
Mayor Ritter?
Yes. Next ordinance, number 3 of 6. Ordinance 2017-16, ordinance of the Township of Chatham, County of Morris, State of New Jersey, amending subsection 30-75.1 titled Zone Districts of Chapter 30 titled Land Development of the revised general ordinances of the Township of Chatham to add a new zoning district classification on the official zoning map to be known as the, quote, R-6C Residence District, quote, to include the following property: Block 66, Lot 1, fronting on River Road and Hillside Avenue, and to add 2 overlay districts to be known as the Great Swamp Watershed Overlay District and the Upper Passaic River Watershed Overlay District.
Mr. Mayor, before you start the public hearing on that, just to reemphasize what I said earlier, the planning board found the Dixie-Dale rezoning ordinance inconsistent with the master plan. The planning board did find the watershed protection ordinance consistent with the, or not inconsistent is the right term, but it found it consistent with the master plan. So so half of this ordinance was consistent, half of it was not. The reasons resolution you gave before, authorized before, would also apply to this ordinance. And what this does is it graphically lists or shows where these zones are on the zoning map.
Thank you, Albert. Any discussion among the committee? Public first. Public, anyone want to come forward? All right, any discussion among the committee?
I just have a question. Greg, I don't actually look too much online because we have all of this in front of us. Is this map readily clickable from our website and where it might be?
There is a color version attached with the ordinance and all the proposed
Embedded
ordinance.
into the ordinance, but is
Yes.
there a freestanding space where you could just go and look at that? I just think it's helpful.
There can be.
Oh, yeah. I just think it's helpful to have.
But yeah, currently it's posted with the ordinance.
Got it. Okay. If we could like uncouple it and put it somewhere where people could just click on it, I think it's just helpful, that's all.
I'll check to see if we have any maps pages, and if there's not a maps page, then I'm sure we can create one.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes. Our next ordinance, ordinance 2017-17, an ordinance of the Township of Chatham, County of Morris, State of New Jersey, repealing section 3-6, titled Hunting Firearms and Other Weapons, of the revised general ordinances of the Township of Chatham, and replacing with a new section 3-6, titled, quote, Use of Firearms and Other Weapons, quote, to allow the use of firearms or weapons for deer and bear hunting. Chief, would you like to come forward and say a brief?
I did not have a prepared statement in regards to the ordinance, but I'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
Well,
Public hearing first, right? Or no?
Well, If the committee has questions for the chief, you can do that, or you can just simply defer questions to the chief until later on and open it to the public, or you can entertain some other motion if you'd like.
We'll entertain questions from the committee.
So I just, for public, maybe our edification here, if you could just, maybe, obviously the hunting is regulated by the state, right? So if hunting is regulated by the state, inside the township, we have the present ordinance which allows the discharge of a firearm for deer hunting and for target shooting. But with that said, the first process, obviously, get a permit from the state to hunt, correct?
That's correct.
And then they have to come to you to get permission, not only from you, but from the landowner where they would be hunting. They have to have permission from the landowner, and they have to have permission from you, because you would make the determination where they are hunting, whether that is an appropriate place to hunt.
Correct.
So from just to, again, if someone on Glenmere Road in Wickham Woods wanted to put a tree stand in their backyard and shoot a bear, would you allow that?
No.
If someone wanted to do that in Rolling Hill, would you allow it to do that?
No.
So if someone had 12 or 15 acres that bordered the Great Swamp, or 6 or 40 acres in Green Village, would you allow it?
Yes.
Okay. So I think basically what you're saying is, in residential zones, essentially it'd be very hard to justify any kind of discharge of a firearm for hunting.
Correct.
Right. That's all.
I have a quick question, Chief. How many bear calls have we received so far this year? Do you know offhand?
I would say somewhere between 20 and 30.
Great.
How far does shotgun shot travel?
Good question.
No.
Well, I would imagine that there would be some environmental factors. The round that you're shooting from the shotgun itself, the actual distance, I don't know. I'm not a firearms expert.
Well, as it relates to this ordinance, everyone to be shooting a firearm would have to be in a tree stand, correct?
In a tree stand, correct.
So you'd be
shooting in a downward direction.
Downward direction.
The state regulates the distance. It's 450 feet from a dwelling, or bow and arrow is 150 feet from a dwelling, except with bow and arrow, it's 450 feet from a playground or a schoolyard.
Is it feet or yards?
Yards, I'm sorry. I think it's feet.
Is it feet?
No, it's feet.
Okay.
It's feet.
So if you're
Feet.
in a tree stand,
Mm-hmm.
and if this ordinance were to be approved, you'd be in a tree stand for the hunting of bear as well as for the hunting of deer.
That's correct.
You'd be in that tree stand shooting down
Correct.
with a shotgun,
Mm-hmm.
which, to my knowledge, could travel 40 yards, maybe 100 yards shotgun, if you were to be firing it straight ahead, but certainly not like a rifle that's going to go
Right.
a mile,
Right.
right? And you're
Yes.
shooting down,
Yes.
according to the ordinance.
Yes.
Thank you.
Chief, I have a question also. How many bear-related incidents have you been reported in the last few years, 5 years, let's say? The bear attack or injury or some kind of, threatening, life-threatening? Or
There's been no reports of aggressive bear. There have been reports of minimal property damage by way of bird feeders or fences and the like, but no significant property damage and no reports of aggressiveness.
Thank you.
And you're not an animal expert, I guess, so I couldn't ask you the question of what makes a bear aggressive. He wakes up one morning and...
I don't know, a toothache, really, I don't know. It could be a toothache or a thorn in the paw, right? Just,
it's a
it could be
wild
anything,
animal. It's unpredictable, in other words.
It's like humans. Why do humans kill? Some humans kill and most don't. What is it about them that makes them kill? I would imagine that some bears have issues and are aggressive. We all know, and we hear the reports when the cubs, when the male where the female bears and the cubs are on a path and, in the Delaware Water Gap and a hiker gets too close, bears have attacked. It's like any other wild animal, they're unpredictable.
Thank you. Any other questions for the chief? Any other questions? All right, at this point, we'll open it up for public hearing. If you want to come forward and speak on this.
Oh, my God.
If I'm going to answer questions, if I can replace
Yeah,
John.
John, maybe you...
John, see if it's easier.
What's that?
That makes a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just given the timing, I know this is a popular issue this evening. Just be mindful of your time, please.
Yes.
We'd like to keep it at 3 minutes. Obviously, we have not adhered to that at all in our past meetings, but we'll see how this goes this evening.
Great, so I'm back. I'm Phil Uncle, 16J Road, which I'm sure you know is right by the Great Swamp. And I wanted to ask a question, and then if you'll indulge me, I'll read a letter from my daughter who heard that I was coming here, and given the time, she's in bed now, so I'll just read it from her, and I hope you'll indulge me with that. But I just wanted to understand from the committee members, I think I heard an answer from our police chief, but can any of you committee members comment to me, have you ever personally experienced or known of an aggressive bear in Chatham? Have you ever experienced that incident yourself?
Personally, I have not, but the incident that has been widely reported on social media certainly has been the incident of the bear charging down Van Houten Avenue toward a group of elementary school children at their bus stop.
Okay.
Fortunately, there was a mother there with the minivan, saw the bear, honked the horn, yelled at the kids to get in the car. I always ask myself, what would have happened if that mother was not there? How would a 7 or 8-year-old reacted when they see a 300-pound black bear charging down the street at them? That's why I've introduced this ordinance. This ordinance is based on public safety. As committee members, first and foremost, our responsibility, from my opinion, is public safety.
We should not turn this into a circus.
Okay.
I have not.
Okay, thank you.
No.
Bears don't like me. They're afraid of me.
Okay. Fair enough. So mindful of the time, like I say, my daughter wrote something. She's 14. It's a little bit raw, but I hope you'll roll with it, but understand also her perspective, which I have some affinity for. And I'll leave the letter, Mr. Mayor. It's addressed to you, but I think it's probably for everyone. Dear Mayor, I heard that you wanted to kill some bears. However, bears are social animals that live in families and have emotions just like you and me. Not all bears are aggressive. They lived here in Chatham before us, and we are the ones disturbing their homes. The bears here in Chatham are not a threat. My mom saw a bear while walking the dog, and it didn't bother her. Please don't let innocent bears be harmed. Please protect Chatham's bears. Thank you. Sincerely, Royce and Uncle. I don't know if I can...
Thank you, and tell her thank you for taking the time to write that as well.
You're very welcome. I will tell her that, and her address is on there if you want to write her back.
Will do indeed. All right, thanks.
I don't know if I have to say my name again. I've spoken a few times today. Jessica Romeo, 49 Pine Street. I, have been hearing about this, reading about this, following this, and I am really struggling to see how this ordinance serves township residents and our community. To date, all of the alerts we've received as a community have been of non-threatening bears. We've also heard from a few township committee residents, members that we don't have a bear problem. We've also heard from the chief that we don't have a bear problem. Because of that, I'm under the impression that the bears have all been non-threatening and non-aggressive towards humans. I think there seem to be some differing versions of the story of the bear and the school bus. I wasn't there, I can't speak to it, but I've heard two different versions. where am I going next? So, sorry, bear with me for 1 second.
No
So
pun
it seems to
intended.
me, what's that?
No pun intended.
Oh, that's funny, yeah. So it seems to me that there's no factual basis to revise this ordinance and pass a law allowing bear hunting. Please make note, we're all really concerned with public safety. My child is here tonight. My other one, thank you for not arresting me before my 4-year-old is home sleeping. We were joking. He thought I left her home alone, but. So we're all concerned with our safety. We all want to keep children safe. But again, we're under the impression that there is no threat to our public safety currently. Hence, no need to revise an existing ordinance. Fourth, I don't see that we're in any real and present danger. So I guess my question to you all is, are we in danger or are we not in danger? Is this some perceived danger of what might or might not happen? So in the 20-plus years that Chief Henley has been a police officer in this township, he's reported that there have been no incidents of bears acting aggressively towards humans. A couple bird feeders have been destroyed. But if you're going to put bird seed out in the warmer months, that's like dangling a Hershey bar in front of my 10-year-old over there. Don't put bird seed out. They won't come to your yard. There are things you can do. I also wanted to say that in terms of public safety, I think we have a pretty stellar police force who is tasked with protecting us, the community members. Should there be a Category 1 bear, which is an aggressive bear causing harm, I'm pretty certain we have protocols in place, and I'm sure the chief can speak to what those protocols are. But I think our safety is addressed, and I think that the chief and his staff, who are highly trained professionals and know how to take care of these things, could come out and take care of this bear, and I think they have every right to do such a thing if we need to. So I'm really struggling with seeing how this serves our community and what purpose revising an existing system that's in place and that has worked for many, many years needs to be overturned. Thanks for listening to my concerns.
Thanks, Jessica.
Hi, I'm Bob Hander. I'm actually the mayor's neighbor. I'm on 99 Huron Drive. And I am here for public safety as well. I'm not here on behalf of the Bears. I'm here as a concerned dad, a concerned husband, and a concerned citizen. Now, I appreciated Committeeman Kelly's open letter. And I think that the protocol we have in place right now is more than enough. I think that we have, the option of having state wildlife officials called to dart the bear, and it could be that we're at that stage with, for example, the Highlands, which have had a number of bear sightings. I also am totally okay with it if, in the next instance where a bear seems to be, posing a more immediate danger, that the police come and shoot the bear. The reason I'm here, though, is because I am concerned about the grave risks of having hunting in a tightly packed suburban area. I grew up in just a town over, and it's really, frankly, to me, kind of unthinkable. I didn't even realize we had deer hunting here. And it's partly because the permits have not been issued, but that is a concern to me, having grown up in this area and knowing how close everybody is. Now, one of the things that Committeeman Kelly said is, he's skeptical that we would even have permits issued, since in 5 years there haven't been any with deer. But of course, here we are. So the assumption must be that in order to at least understand why we're doing this, that permits will be issued and that hunting will take place. And in that respect, he also mentions that there are, you had said 300 feet, I believe, and the police chief said 450. But either way, the distance of 450 feet does not make me feel safe in my house backing up on a large wooded area that I suspect is probably one of the ones that people might actually talk about hunting in. In that respect, too, your open letter mentioned that it would only be a few areas in the town, but as I read the ordinance, there is no limitation for bear hunting on any lots. There are specific lots listed for where you may shoot a gun at a deer, but notably not with respect to bear. Now, I don't know if that was an oversight, If it was, it needs to be fixed before the ordinance is approved. But as it reads right now, at least the one that I got off of the website for the town, there's nothing to suggest that anybody would be prohibited from seeking a permit to hunt bear on their property unless it was definitively too close to everything else in order to, pass the state's laws. So in that respect, I want to just go over a couple of things that have been in the news that give me pause. I think probably you guys are aware because it actually was tragic enough that it was newsworthy, but over Thanksgiving, a woman in Sherman, New York was mistaken for a deer, shot at 200 yards, and killed. And in that case, all the stories I read were very careful to point out that though the hunter was experienced, they had broken the rules. They'd shot after hours. That wasn't supposed to happen, so technically they were doing the wrong thing. But the point of that is, whatever we put in place, tree stands, anything else, we can't just rest on the assumption that people are going to indefinitely always follow the rules. When they don't, we need to understand what the consequences are. And notably, Sherman, New York is, I put it down, 3.9 times our size in terms of acreage, with less than 1/6 our population. So we have something along the lines of 24 times as likelihood that a stray bullet ends up hitting somebody here as in Sherman, New York. Another example came through actually the day before that, got less news because thankfully it was less tragic, but I happened to be on a mountain biking feed. I got a news article that somebody in New Hampshire was shot by somebody who was trying to shoot a deer in New Hampshire in a park. They missed, sailed over, and they hit the mountain biker. And in that case, they weren't doing anything wrong. They were shooting at the right time, shooting in the right light. They missed. That's another thing we need to consider. What happens in Chatham, New Jersey when somebody misses? That town was also far less densely packed than we are, 9 times more likely that we catch a bullet here as in this place in New Hampshire. I also have a friend whose father grew up hunting. He's from rural Pennsylvania. It was one of my best friend's dads, and he was on his property clearing brush in Pennsylvania. 2 hunters walked into his property not realizing they had crossed into private property, mistook him for a turkey, shot him in the head with a shotgun. And luckily, he was able to survive with lasting injuries, but survive. That's another case where the only thing they did wrong was just not realize they'd traveled into somebody else's property. They thought they knew what they were shooting at. They were shooting at a close range. He was not a small guy. And they ended up almost killing him. And, we need to ask, what's going to happen when the same situation happens here, which is more likely because we're all on top of each other here. A kid ends up in the woods, gets mistaken for a bear, and it's not going to be bird shot this time. It's going to be a slug shot from a shotgun. So it's a different story, and it's a more tragic one. And lastly, I know all this is hypothetical. So we're saying, okay, well, it could happen there, but maybe not here. It did happen here. I mentioned this to a colleague of mine who grew up in Morris County, not in Chatham, but in Morris County. And he said, I remember that this happened somewhere around here on the 4th of July back in 1976. He looked, and by the miracle of the internet, yep, it did. I found the article. A man shot 1 bullet in Lowentaka, and it didn't sail 200 yards. It sailed 2.5 miles up over town and landed on Shunpike Road, 2 doors down from the current Castle Playground. And it hit a man in the head, killed him instantly. And, it can happen here. That situation, they called it a 1,000,000-to-1 shot. But you know what? We live in the most densely populated state in the whole country, and in one of the most densely populated parts of that state. So we need to consider the fact that when people shoot around here, mistakes get made, people are going to get hurt. And to that point, I want to mention, I looked it up because I was curious too. Slugs shot from shotgun, and you would be shooting a slug at a bear, they can travel over 3,000 feet. It's not just 40 yards. And the situation, even if you were up in a tree stand, there are people, yes, they can. And if you put your gun down and it fires up in the air, then you've got a whole different scenario. And you need to look at that, because look, I mean, I remember learning about a guy that was in a boat with his dog, and his dog knocked the gun down when he was getting out of the boat and shot him in the butt. All right? Things like this happen. But when they happen out in a nice rural area where there's a lot of space, they usually won't hurt anybody. Here, it's going to be a different scenario. So I just want to say, I don't support this. I don't support the current resolution either for the deer, and I think we should be rethinking it. But we need to be careful. We are not in a bucolic rural area. We are in the definitive New Jersey suburb. We're on top of people, and we should not be having people come in here for sport to shoot. If people want to shoot bear, they can do it in Morris County. They just shouldn't do it in Chatham.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Barbara Veeder, and I live on River Road. I've been here for over 30 years, raised my family here, and I'm across the street from one of the areas where they allow the deer and would potentially allow the bear hunting. I've had the bears in my yard. I've called the police to advise them that they're there because they send out the watch to tell people that they're there. My dog scared the bear away. My 20-pound dog scared the bear away barking. I don't feel threatened by the bear. I trust the police who have, when I've called, have said, are they being aggressive? Are you concerned? Do you want us to come out? That's who I trust to come out if there's a problem with the bear. I don't even remember how long ago it was, but it stayed with me this long, maybe at least 15 years ago. I walked out my front door, and across the street, there weren't even houses there then, some guy was getting out of a pickup truck in camouflage with a shotgun. I had kids. Kids get in the basement. I call the police. The police say, well, it's probably nothing. It's probably a hunter. I'm like, okay, that's fine, but I need you to come out here and be sure that it's a hunter. And at the time, I tried with the Township Committee. We shouldn't be doing this here. If that man tripped before he got to the stand where he was going to stand down and point the gun down at something, that could have hit my children. That could have hit my dog. That could have hit my neighbor's children. You said you wouldn't give permission for it to happen on Glenmere. You wouldn't give permission for it to happen on Huron. Where we are talking about giving it permission to is across the street from my house. It's not as busy. There aren't as many houses as there are in Wickham Woods. But there are houses, and there are children in those houses, and there are families in those houses, and there are animals in those houses. And I trust that if there's a problem, I can call the police and they'll come and get it. I don't need somebody that got a license from the state and maybe got a license from the town and maybe got permission from a homeowner walking around this community with guns. I really don't. I've been the victim of gun violence. It's not pretty. It's terrifying. And when you say, you know, you see the difference between a shotgun and a this, well, when a policeman says to you, what's the difference between a revolver and a this, and one's been pointed at you, you don't know. You just know it was real. So I don't know when somebody gets out whether they've got a shotgun or whatever it is. I don't want it in my community. I don't think it's safe. I don't think it's safe for the bear or the deer. We had a gentleman here be made a sergeant today, and he listed all the things that he's an expert at. If there's a problem at my house, I want him at my house. I don't want some yahoo across the street with a gun shooting a bear. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Bob Higgins, 5J Road in the Township. By the way, we have a resident bear on J Road. He's been there longer than I've lived there. We've been there for 10 years. Everyone's known about the bear. They talk about the bear. The bear has never caused an incident. You guys probably didn't know we had one because he was not up on your lawns, but he's been there. Zero issues whatsoever. So I have a question and a proposal, actually, to make. But before I do, two things that came up tonight. I've done a lot of research on shotguns. The most popular ones right now they're very boastful of it, a kill zone, a clean kill zone of 200 to 250 yards. So that's just to answer your question there. And they're called hunting accidents because while it's ideally aiming this way, a bee stings you, something, it's an accident. Boom, you go this way and you're shooting the wrong way. Now you're from a height. I mean, that's why they're called accidents. So I just want to point out that's not 450 feet, it's 600 feet, it's 700 feet away from a high distance. And then, Kurt, I have a copy of the article because you've referenced it every time you brought this up. It's from 2013. It's 4 years old, over 4 years old at this point, and this is the article about the bear, and he didn't charge down the hill.
Bob, if I can interrupt. All right?
Yes, please.
I know the story. I live in the neighborhood there. Just because what you read in the press is not the fact, okay? I listen to the children.
Excuse me, can I interrupt?
No.
How do you know that your story is the truth?
Because I talked to the mother,
Oh, okay. Were you
the
there?
eyewitness.
Were you there?
I talked to the eyewitness.
Were you there?
Excuse me, sir.
Sir,
No.
please.
Why can you interrupt him and I can't interrupt you?
It's not your turn to speak. You'll get
It's not his turn to speak.
You'll get a chance at the mic. Just
I was addressing him, and I'm happy to do this.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay, but then, Chief, can you tell me,
Yes.
if a bear ran down a road at a minivan of children, would that be considered aggressive behavior?
If it ran by the group, no.
Charged, tonight it was said, charged down the road, quote, quote, charged down the road at the children at the bus stop. The mother put them in the minivan. That is what was said today, correct?
Yeah.
I just want to say, is that now classified as what would be called a Class 1 bear aggressive behavior?
Well, I'll tell you what Category 1 is. Attacks resulting in human injury or death, entries or attempted entries into areas of human habitation, entries or attempted entries into vehicles, attacks or kills of small or large livestock, attacks or kills of pets, tame or aggressive actions in which animal approaches within 10 feet of a human. Damages estimated by property owner to be in excess of $500 to sheds, buildings, homes, garages, home gardens, etc. So if you look at F, it says tame or aggressive actions in which an animal approaches within 10 feet of a human.
Right.
So that's right from the Division of Fish and Game Wildlife.
So if that was called into you, you would respond
We would track-
as a
we would
Class
track the
1
bear.
and take it out, which he said is okay, and I think is okay if that's what happened. But why didn't it happen?
I don't know the facts of the case. I don't know if the bear was ever located. You know, once a bear is out of sight and there's a new sighting of a bear, we can't tell whether or not it's the same bear. In that particular case, I would hope the officers would make every attempt to track that bear down and determine whether or not that bear is aggressive towards the officer. If it's not, then we'll have to assume the bear may have been spooked and just happened by those people. So, to answer your question, I don't necessarily know that we would have destroyed that animal in that particular case.
Chief, can I ask a question? How often is it when you respond to a bear call that you get there and the bear is actually still there?
Oh, it happens all the time.
You see the bear on site?
Yeah, it happens all the time. You know, there have been calls where I've gone on where the bear's actually been sitting on its hind quarter with the bird feeder in its hand, eating the bird feed and staring at us. And in those cases where the bear will not leave the property and is not intimidated by our presence, we do what we call condition bear, where we shoot it with rubber buckshot in order to get it to move on. And, you know, really our end goal is to push it into the next town. And it happens, you know, it lasts, it happens, but then, you know, it eventually makes its way back. But we can never determine whether or not it's the same exact bear because, for the most part, they're not tagged, so we can't determine. So to answer your question, I wouldn't say we would have necessarily destroyed that bear given those circumstances until we encountered the bear ourselves and determined whether or not it was aggressive or it was simply an unfortunate situation where it happened to bypass within a certain amount of feet of kids waiting at a bus stop.
Okay, so now back to my original question and proposal. The question is really about the timing of this ordinance happening right now. There are technically 2 days left in this year's hunting season. Phil Murphy ran on a proposal of he's getting rid of the bear hunt. It's not happening. So, and please tell me this is not what's about to happen, is the intent for a license to be issued. There's been talk of your friend, you've talked about in here, who is willing to take out our bear problem in the next 48 hours to take out these 2 bears.
Mr. Mayor, if I can answer that question. Assuming for the moment that this ordinance is adopted tonight, it would not become effective until it's published.
When will that be?
Thursday.
Great.
Next.
Done.
It's not going to be tomorrow. Okay. The earliest that this ordinance can be published is when?
If it's adopted, the notice of final adoption would be in the Chatham Courier a week from today.
Okay, so a week from today would be the date that this ordinance would become effective.
That is wonderful to hear. So that being the case, and Phil Murphy saying he wants to take the time to study the need for a bear hunt at all, and really assess the numbers, which is, he says, you can agree, you cannot agree, has not been done effectively in years. The fact that within the town of Chatham, according to the NJDEP, they have no idea, they cannot measure the bears. They don't know if there's 1, they don't know if there's 4. You have said 2 in your past meetings, so we'll go with 2. Nobody has successfully measured the number of bears in town to say that we have a bear problem. So maybe we can mirror what the state is doing and take a pause. Let's not do this today. Hunting season isn't going to happen till next October at the earliest. So let's take a moment to, look at what they've come up with, and let's take a moment to implement education. Kurt, I know you've tried this. I watched the thing online, and shame on me, shame on everyone in this room, with the exception of Shotty left, of, there were 5 people that came there. I don't know if they knew about it. It was informative. I learned a lot doing it. But one thing I know, I work in entertainment, you need to get out in people's faces to get your message across. So let us do that for you. Let us help you between now and summer to get a message out of what you can do to make Chatham Township less delicious to bears. That's why they're here. They're not coming here to sit on your porches. They're not coming here to, try and eat your pets. They're coming here because there's a food source here. Jessica mentioned bird feeders. It's the grills. People need to clean their grills. Old charred salmon, old steak on your grill smells delicious, and they're going to come. That's why they're on the patio. That's why they're on the porch. They're not there trying to look into your house and break in. Don't put your garbage out Thursday night. Don't put your garbage out Monday night. Put it out when the garbage man comes. Otherwise, keep it in the garage with the garage door shut. We drive around this town, tell them you haven't seen it, tell me you haven't done it. We've all done it. We put our garbage out at night. The next day it's strewn all over the street potentially. It's just not smart for the bears. It's not smart for you. It doesn't really help anyone. It's an easy change that people can do. Let's educate them on that. When I was out talking about this to friends, what we need to do is we actually need to we need to enforce our laws. Someone near my neighborhood talked about how she sees the bear all the time, and it scares the heck out of her. One sentence later, she says, but, it comes because I like to throw watermelon rinds out for the deer to get. Well, guess what else likes watermelon rinds? It's free food. And it's against the law. It's actually a $1,000 fine to do stuff like that. It's like, we don't have a bear problem, we have a people problem. So let us help you solve the people problem. It's like, I got this from Jessica. I'll leave them up here for anyone who wants it. Easy tips to avoid bears coming in to the community. So let's table this for 6 months, see if we can figure it out, and then we'll talk about it when it's actually close to a potential new hunting season instead of 10 months away. So that's what I'd like to propose.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sharon Roche. I live at 333 Green Village Road. I have emailed several of you, so you've heard from me. My property does back up to the nature preserve. It actually touches it on two sides, and I am the mom of two small children who are in our backyard daily. So my huge concern is having people traipsing through that nature preserve, which is part of the deer hunting area, with guns, with firearms that could unintentionally go off when my children are back there. So obviously there's a lot of resistance to this. We don't want to kill the bears. We love having the bears. I see them come through my yard at night. It's a big event for my kids. Let's go to the window and see the bear. I mean, that's part of why we love Chatham, is because we do have these open spaces, these nature preserves, where this wildlife can roam freely. And these animals are majestic. They're beautiful. So I urge you to please take the bears out of the hunting. And then my additional point is, if this ordinance is still going to move forward, for those of us who are so closely impacted by the potential of hunting, I'm asking that you could please add something to the ordinance to notify us when a permit is issued. I am very scared about the idea of someone right behind my backyard where my kids' tree house is, or swing set is, with a gun. I want to know that somebody is back there. So we issue these warnings to township members all the time that there's a bear, this is where it was sighted. Can we please add, there's a hunter out there, keep an eye out? Because I would really appreciate that, knowing that then I could bring my kids inside safely and not have to be so scared. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Donna Lyons, 21 Woodmont Drive, Chatham Township. I'm really just here to add my voice to all the other voices. I agree with pretty much everything that's already been said. And what's been on my mind is that what I've heard tonight, what I've experienced in the 25 years that I've lived in the same house, is that, you know, the bears have always been here. They're a little bit of a nuisance. And if they are a nuisance, then why is the solution letting hunters loose in our town to shoot them? Like, I don't see the correlation that the solution to having a few bears in the town is having people come and hunt them. As already, I don't want to repeat what's already been said, but it seems like we've already got a pretty good system to control the bears, and I think that hunting actually, as others have already said they feel, adds more danger to our town than the bears do. And I just want to say, my house backs up to Fairmont Country Club. We get hundreds of golf balls in our yard every year, hundreds, because the people on that golf course have terrible aim. And they do not intend to hit those balls in our yard, and we... Okay, we're looking at the names on the balls. But my point is that nobody intends to accidentally shoot a kid or a dog or a woman and mistake. You know, how could you mistake a guy for a turkey? But it happens. And a lot of us just don't think that having a hunt is the solution if we actually do even have a bear problem. And I'm not sure that we do. The point of the bear hunt, I believe, is to call if the bear population gets too big, and we're not even clear that we have a big bear population here. We know we have a few bears. So thank you for hearing me.
Jonathan O'Brien, I live on 5 Pembroke Road. So we actually down in Stonewick, we border on the swamp. So we've only been for just over 2 years and actually have 3 bear issues in the first year. Then we wisened up. We brought the garbage inside. We don't put it out at night, and we haven't had an issue since. Each time we had an issue, the first time, we too let out our 20-pound dog, and that bear took off faster than I've seen anything. Second time, bear was not scared of me at all, just sauntered off and walked away. Each time we called the police, and they responded, came out, and were amazing and great. And I think that's incredible. But I agree with other people when you start talking about with this situation? Have you consulted a bear expert? Do you know how many bears are in this township? Do you know what their culture is? Do they go in packs? Are they singular? How do they mate? Do we have bears mating here? You talked about bears with cubs, and the mother attacks. Do we have that situation? Do we know any of that? You're going to make this decision. Do you know any of that?
Well, we know that there's been cubs in this town, yes. I also know that bears are docile until they're not.
So are people.
Okay, this is not about people.
It's the same comparison.
I don't
You
think
talked
so.
about how the bear charging down the street.
Yes.
I got to tell you, you talked about how the mother that was there and told you the story. I've heard my wife talk about the story of 3-year-olds that can sound like a bear charging on the street in a playground. It's hyperbole. It happens. The other thing is, I think I've heard more from Chatham Patch about suspicious vehicles of people trying to abduct my children than I have about bears charging my children. That's a fact. Would you agree?
No.
I think you're completely wrong. I think you're completely wrong.
Do you want me to answer or you want to talk over me?
No, I want you to show me the facts how a bear has physically tried to attack a child versus the amount of time someone has tried to abduct a child. I want the comparison over the past 3 years. I want you to show me where the bears are greater.
Okay, continue.
No, go ahead.
I will tell you that when a bear is reported...
Answer the question.
I'm not going to answer your question.
Because you
Continue.
can't. Because the truth is, I'm right.
Of course you are. Continue,
Okay,
please.
so just say that. Just say I'm
Continue,
right.
please.
Okay, so were you going to consult the bear expert and try to figure this all out? And I got news for you too. I know hunters. Okay, I have a few good friends that are hunters. You can talk all you want about a tree stand. They're not going to stay in the tree stand. Okay, and who's going to police that? Chief, are you guys going to go out? Are you guys going to go out to the tree stands and monitor them? No, and you shouldn't have to. But I got news for you. They're not going to stay there. You know why? They got their permit. They got their this. They're getting their bear. For what? For what? For what cause?
Ask your buddies.
What?
Ask your buddies.
Oh, because that's what they want.
Okay.
But above all else, a stray bullet coming from that swamp into my kid's yard is more likely to happen than a bear coming into my yard. And I'm assured of that. And I know that. And so you got to keep that in mind before you do this and you pass this. And it's ridiculous in the timing of it all as well. As far as hunting season is ending. It's ridiculous.
Hi, my name is Lisa Najito. I've lived in Chatham for almost 15 years now. 4 years in the township. Sorry? I live at 52 Garden Avenue. I used to live in the township for almost 5 years, then we moved to the borough about 10 years ago. I just think the most important thing here, again, I don't want to repeat what everyone else said because I do wholeheartedly agree with the overwhelming, response here tonight. I just think education, educating ourselves first is the most important thing. Maybe if we could just tell people, educate people on bears and what to do and put away the feeders and get, bear-proof containers, keep the, instead of resorting to blasting them away. I don't know, you talk about this incident 3 years ago with a bear charging down Huron. Would a bear hunt have stopped that bear from charging down Huron? Or are you talking about eradicating all bears in Chatham? Is that like all 5 bears? Do we know how many bears are in Chatham? Do we know how many? I keep hearing there's no epidemic, there's no problem, which brings me to what are we doing here tonight? There's not a problem. I'm out here on this freezing cold night, away from my family, to talk about something that doesn't seem to be posing any threat to anybody here in this community. What I am worried about is the hunters. If you look at the statistics, a simple 5-second Google search will show you that there's been 1,000 hunting accidents in the United States in the past year, 200 resulting in fatalities. There's been 24 bear attacks across the whole United States in 1 year. It's kind of obvious, these numbers, and I really urge you to please reconsider. And I was very comforted, Madam Mayor, about what you said in your opening remarks about the panels here to listen to everybody and really take in all the voices of everybody and what it wants. And I think the response here is pretty clear on the community forum, on here, what everyone really, really wants, and to just kind of leave the bears alone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jane Devlin, 25 Hickory Place, Chatham Township. Well, I have concerns and affection for wildlife, and we are all stewards of the earth and of nature. We shouldn't lose sight of that. I too am not sure if we have a bear overpopulation problem or aggressive bears. I do know that bear hunting is typically to be culling the population. I do have to say that it probably would only take one aggressive bear to maybe change people's minds in this room. But I do want to say we are not in a rural enough setting, period, to have hunting. But that said, so I am against the bear hunt. I don't think it's safe to have the guns there, but I do see there could be a potential for one dangerous bear. I do not think enough of study has been done. So I echo some of the comments of the speakers before me. But I want to talk about the ordinance itself, as Mike Kelly explained in the open letter. If we're saying it would be a last step, if we're saying the police have not issued a permit for 5 years for deer hunting, so probably we wouldn't be issuing it for bear hunting. If we say a next step would be, if there was a nuisance situation with a bear, to contact wildlife officials who would attend and subdue the bear with darts. If we said another measure would be to call police who would intervene, why are we putting an ordinance in effect if, in essence, you're saying, but we're real, and I'm paraphrasing, I'm not quoting Mr. Kelly, we're really probably not even going to use it. It's just an ordinance on paper. So I'm not sure of the logic of your plans or the ordinance as it exists now. The other thing I was hearing was, regardless if we're talking about bears or Dixie Farm or other issues that came up in the past, proclamations in the town, the underlying concern of the citizens that are speaking at this end, at the microphone, is always the same concern, that we would hope to have public discussion, public forums, shared information before any decisions are made, for the committee to stop and pause and take into consideration what the citizens are saying, and then go back and rethink. So that's more what I'm urging. Don't vote on anything tonight. Just hear what we're saying, digest it, maybe go to a plan B, absorb some of this, incorporate some of the suggestions, and really see the logic of the ordinance that you're proposing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Stacy Gregg. I'm not a citizen of Chatham. I'm a citizen of Rockaway Township. It's 40 Sunrise Road. Rockaway Township, but the mailing address is Wharton. Thank you to Rodney Frelinghuysen for that. Not a fan. Nice man, but I'm not a fan. So it is okay to address and ask a question? Okay. First of all, I appreciate the protectiveness and the machoism that's coming out, wanting to protect the citizens. That's to be commended. But we have a police officer, and that is his job. He's been trained for protecting the citizens. And my question, I'm going to come back, I don't mean that in any derogatory way, but I want to address strongly what you had said about that situation with the mom in the van. That's so important. Officer, I apologize, Chief Hennelly, I apologize, I'm old. So you've had some interaction with bears, you've gotten there, and they've been finishing up on the free lunch that was put out by the citizens. Have you been charged by a bear? No. And how many years have you been doing? For 30 years you've never been, and you've seen bears over those 30 years? Okay. There is no expert here. The reason I'm here is because people reached out to me on Facebook because I I do love bears, and I've always loved bears. My first little animal was a little panda bear that was tiny. I'm not an expert. On Facebook, I asked for the people to reach out to Angie Metler, who's an expert, and she has this organization, Save New Jersey Bears, and she does the running of the bear protest. She was out last Saturday. That's mine added about Chris Christie. Nothing's going to come with this ordinance tonight because it's not going to be acted upon, thank God, Phil Murphy getting elected. And I think a lot of his getting elected had to do with him not being a bully and with being with the people of New Jersey and loving our bears. And I think that helped him a lot. And I'm going to say, I'm an expert. I'm going to put besides you, seeing maybe more bears than I have, I live in Rockaway Township. And if you Google Rockaway Township bears, Rockaway Township bears and swimming pool, you will see the children with glee watching in their window a mama bear with her 5 cubs. Where I live, I'm on the side of some vacant land where they stopped building property. And I've had hunters come. I'm more afraid of the hunters than I've ever been of a bear. And I do shoot bear. Scary, right? I don't own a gun. How many people in here have shot bear with their camera? How many? Because I heard some of you say you got them in your backyards. And if you see one, it feels like a blessing from the universe, from nature, that you got to see the bear. So I saw the officer has some bear photos on his phone as well. Correct? I don't mean to be seeing you, but do you feel like it's a blessing when you see one? It's a great day. You feel like you've been blessed by the universe. It's like, oh my God, and you go home and you tell people. And have I been afraid? Yeah, not so much though, because I know my power. My power is just I've taken bear training. I know what to do. They've had it in my town. I moved in 2000 into my neighborhood. Our neighborhood, when there's a bear coming down the street, guess what we do? We didn't have Facebook back then when our children were little. We get on the phone and say, guess what? It's down the road. And we all shoot the bear. Not with guns. We shoot it with our cameras. It is so wonderful. So the mom, we have a new mom moving into the neighborhood. Oh, I have a bear. I saw a bear. Then we tell them, guess what? The bear's more afraid of you than you should be. And if you just make a little bit noise, my children, when they were little, my youngest is now 17, he's going to be 18 in January. He has Asperger's, and he knows all he has to do is yell. We've always went crazy with getting our dogs in the house, in the neighborhood. Not once has a dog been attacked. Officer, has a dog ever been attacked by a bear? It might have been. Not that you're aware of. So please, I understand the fear, and I understand the stories, and making it bigger than this, but we're talking about living animals that share the earth with us. And I'm begging you, if anything else, get on the phones tomorrow, get in your newspapers. If there's I don't know if this is a newspaper here, your local one. Tell Chris Christie to go out in style. Tell him to be a classy guy. Tell him to be a Jersey guy. He can sign this. It's about money. What I heard last Saturday is we kill more bears here in New Jersey with this last kill than they've killed in Alaska. Grizzly bears. We have black, docile bears. Sorry I just talked from the heart. I did have a little bit of notes. And I'm welcome, like I said, I've shot 20 bears, probably 50 bears with my camera. I lose track because there's so many cubs. I've watched mamas teach their babies how to play with my bicycle wheel in my driveway. I watched a mama bear show her cubs how to go into the pond at the end of my road. I have photos of these things, the 3 things, all different families of bears. And I'm talking within a block and a half of my house. At the end of my house, a mama bear teaching her cubs how to climb a tree. So I'm just telling you, okay. I don't believe that story about a bear charging.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So let me see. Oh, and culling. There's ways of culling with birth control, with the bears, with the darting. The stands. I put a note here. That's when I ran and got the paper because I didn't want to forget. That's important. So you're talking about an ordinance where these people would be up and you spend a bit of time talking about shooting down. The bears that they're shooting at are baited. They're getting, our big thing is don't feed the bears, don't feed the bears. So the bears that they don't get, you're now training them in Chatham Township to come by people and eat food. They're putting out peanut butter and food when they get up in those stands. So that's something to take into account. And I strongly, strongly urge getting Angie or another bear expert here. And when I said I'm a bear expert, no, I don't work for Division of Wildlife. But something you didn't mention are bear-proof garbage cans and educating the community. I think that's where the ordinance should be, is mandatory at some grade level, teaching children about the bears. And I think I'll leave it at that. Did you have, I heard you say my name. I guess you're saying
just
time?
mindful of the two other speakers behind you.
Okay,
Thank you.
I appreciate that. Any questions or, and I appreciate your wanting to keep that mom safe and here. That would be frightening if I had children, if I were you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Michelle Higgins. I live at 5J Road. Mayor Ritter, I just wanted to ask, the bear that charged near the bus stop, that was near your home?
Yes, it
Is that
was.
right?
Van
Okay.
Houten and Seminole.
How many years ago?
I think your husband reflected the article was 2013.
4 years ago? Okay, okay.
Yeah, I guess that would be the correct math.
Yeah. I was wondering, does the woman who shepherded those children into her minivan still live in Chatham? Is
She
she
does.
still your neighbor?
Yes.
Oh, is she here tonight?
No, you know, I was wondering why a lot of people who are actually in favor of this ordinance aren't here tonight.
Yeah, I was
You know
wondering
why?
that too.
Let me help explain why people aren't here tonight.
Okay.
It has to do with the social media conversation we talked about earlier. When people go on social media and are lambasted for raising their hand in opposition to any of you folks here tonight, they don't want to raise their hand again.
Well, I
That's
can't.
the problem, right? We live in a small town. As Karen says, you go to ShopRite, you go to church. I see you guys around town all the time. I'm the mayor. I understand. I'm the political punching bag, right? I signed up for this. I understand it's a dirty sport sometimes, and you're gonna take your ribbings. But other people in town, they have the same opinion as I do. But I tell you, they say, Kurt, I don't know why you do this. Kurt, you say it on Facebook, congratulations, but I'm never gonna like it, or I'm never gonna tell you publicly that I support you because I don't want my head chopped off.
Yeah.
That's the
I
problem.
don't know what to say. I haven't chopped anyone's head off on Facebook, but you know what the people you're referencing, they're really just anecdotal, and everybody here doesn't want to get shot. So nobody here wants to get shot, and there's nobody here saying, "Oh, I'm so glad I won't be eaten by a bear."
Hi, I'm going to become the least liked person in this room right now by saying I'm pro-hunting. I have my name's David Koch. I live on 80 Long Hill Lane down on the dirt road. And we have a 10-plus acre property. We have a bunch of beehives on it and whatnot. We've had nonstop bear issues. They pick up our whole garbage shed. I have it on video of them moving it. I have a little daughter now. I would love to be able to hunt my own property and take a bear. We have plenty of space there. There's no one near us. We're the only house there. So, I understand why people are concerned about shooting in densely populated areas, and I totally appreciate that and understand that, but I think there are also certain areas that it can be done completely safely. And also, I'm a resident, so I'm going to take more care in hunting my own property than just letting a bunch of hunters in. So,
thank you.
That's all I got.
Kathy Abbott, 40 Winwood Road. I just want to say, from the angle of people being civil, having open conversations, listening from the grassroots, I think that having been a township committee member, it's so important to have the grassroots people expressing what's needed about their safety rather than having it come from the top down. So if the people aren't here who have felt unsafe and want bears to be hunted rather than dealt with as they are currently by the police, or I guess it's really the police with Fish and Wildlife and too. But I just think that it's so important to come from the grassroots up, and that includes on all our committees. Every single committee member should be invested, or they shouldn't be on. Nothing should be coming from the top down. So if we have committee members who don't show up, if we have committee members who are not engaged, don't care about the committee they're on, for example, Colony Pool, then they shouldn't be. That we should just have a government from the bottom up, and I think this ordinance is coming from the top down, and that's why it shouldn't be passed. Thank
Ray Grieve, 59 Buxton Road. I greatly appreciate that you guys want to keep everybody safe because, you know, we moved here 15 years ago to Chatham, and if Chatham is a family town, there's plenty of kids, you know, and safety is the number one thing, right? I had a beer actually on my deck. There was just a piece of glass between me and a bear. And I always said, like, oh, it's just a black bear, you know, what are people worried about? But it was actually pretty big. I was surprised. It was huge. But very docile. We left a giant Costco bag of birdseed on our deck, and we didn't do that anymore after that. But that, our dog barked, and he just left, and it was all good. It was really one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. And yeah, I think I'm all for keeping people safe, but you know, the comments that I heard tonight about people getting shot during hunting and all of that, I think that's also a concern, and that you should take that seriously. I really like actually Bob's proposal because it seems like we're putting the cart in front of the horse. You know, somebody complained about a bear charging, that's 4 years ago. I totally believe you that that's what she told you, and that's, you know. But when these things happen, sometimes people tend to exaggerate. You know, when I fish and I catch one, I tell everybody it was this big, but it was really this big, you know. So in that light, I would say, why don't we first do a little campaign and tell people, hey, take away your bird seed, you know, do, you know, take care of your garbage, et cetera, et cetera. I think, why don't we try that first before it feels to me you're kind of killing a fly with a grenade or something, you know? Let's first do it, you know, the sensible way. And if that doesn't work, we can always go and shoot bears. I mean, shooting bears is always, you know, you can always do that. And you know, shooting is bad. I mean, we had a vice president who shot somebody in the face, right? I mean, it can happen. It really does. Even very intelligent people do that. So anyway, I hope this ordinance is not going to pass tonight, and that you'll be thinking about alternative ways of keeping bears away from people, because there's actually many. Thank you.
Hi, I'm back. Donna Lyons, 21 Woodmont Drive. I feel like I just want to reiterate something and make something clear, because we've had a lot of different points thrown around here. I don't think anybody here is in favor of aggressive bears attacking people. Like, nobody wants that to happen. What I've heard tonight is that there are many different solutions if the bears become more of a problem, or if they're a problem in a certain area. And I really feel that what our point is that having a bear, you know, be in people's yards, and maybe even a bear charging down the street, doesn't mean that having a hunting ordinance is the solution. That might actually create more problems, as you've heard people say tonight. So perhaps we can, if we think we really have a problem, I'm not sure we do, but if we do, then how about we come up with multiple solutions that don't involve giving hunting licenses out in a town where people feel strongly enough. I missed a holiday celebration with my family tonight to sit here till 11:30. I have, or whatever time it is, I have a meeting early tomorrow morning. But that's how strongly I feel about this, and all the other people here. And you know, I don't know, I didn't see nastiness on Facebook. I believe you that it's probably there because it's everywhere. But I do think if people felt really strongly about the hunting issue, like the gentleman that was here that said, I would like hunting, I think they would have turned up. And we're all here because we feel so strongly about it, and most of us would rather be home in bed or home with our families. So please, I am just asking you to strongly consider our words. We're not here just to make trouble. We're really here because we care deeply about this town and this community and the environment that we live in. Thank you.
Thanks, Donna.
When when I was speaking before, I totally forgot. We do, through a joint partnership with the Borough Environmental Commission and our Environmental Commission, we're putting on a seminar January 24th at the library, cohabitating safely with our wild animal neighbors, bears, foxes, things like that. Because people have also been concerned about foxes. So I forgot to mention that. And Jen Matthews was here before, and I promised her I would distribute these or let people know that the Great Swamp has environmental education programs. I totally forgot about that.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to say in my closing, in keeping in line with public safety, because public safety is what is important to all of us, I feel strongly that we really should leave it, the power to enforce the safety, with the chief and his highly trained staff, and that also we shouldn't resort to big government to pass ordinances which don't need passing in our town. I just think it's something that's unnecessary and overreach. Thank you.
Melissa Cavallone, 400 Fairmount Avenue. I do try to be civil on Facebook, I really do. One of the things...
I can't blame one single person.
I know,
But
I
you've
know.
read it as well as
Oh,
I.
yes, and
you
it
know.
gets ugly. It gets ugly, and then I pull back.
It's unfair for people to come in here and pretend that it doesn't exist.
Right.
So let's just leave it at that.
Yes.
We all know it exists, and none of us in this room are immune to it. We're not exempt from it, and we've certainly been victimized by it.
Right, I understand that. One of the things I did come up with on social media and suggested on one of those threads was maybe a way for the township to host a sale or, coordinate to get bear-proof trash receptacles. They are fairly expensive, so it might be possible that we could do something in conjunction with one of the manufacturers, try to get something closer to wholesale price as opposed to like a retail price, and do something like that as part of an education effort throughout the township. So that's my only positive from social media today. But really, I wanted to just thank you all because it's quite late. Thank you.
I'd like to really quickly say thank you. It's 11:30, and I'm Bobby Veeder. We are here for a special issue, and you are here all the time. And please know it is appreciated, and that if you're being mistreated online, it's horrible. It's horrible for anybody that is being treated that way. So if anybody, I know I don't do it, but whoever's doing it is wrong, and it's not appropriate that you're being treated that way, and it is appreciated what you're doing, and we appreciate your listening to us. So, thank you.
Thank you.
John Strelkoff, 544 Green Village Road. Well, I have a few questions first. Will this ordinance allow hunting in the public parklands? Or it's just on private property? Because some people had expressed concern that they back up to a park.
Chief, do you have those, the map, or?
Private property.
Yeah, it's only on
We
private
can
property,
authorize
yes, so
hunting
it's not
on
in parks.
county property.
Also, I think one of the key issues, I mean, I guess different people have different issues, but one of the key issues is the discharging of firearms, which isn't allowed in the town. Would people want to use this as a precedent to say we want to do target shooting on our property or discharge firearms for other reasons? Well, nonetheless...
I'll defer to the chief. The target shooting or
already in
skeet
the-
shooting is already permitted in certain areas of the township. Green Village Fire Department has a
On Britain Road.
shooting,
Yeah, but
skeet shooting fundraiser every year.
are residents permitted to discharge firearms on their property in certain zones, or?
No.
No.
This ordinance is an exception to the general rule, no discharge of firearms and weapons within the borders of Chatham Township. So this is an exception to the general rule. Target practice as stated in an existing ordinance that's been in effect for many years. Deer hunting, as it exists now, in an existing ordinance that's been in effect for many years. All this does, not all, but what this does is add bears as an exception to discharge a firearm or weapon.
Okay. 'Cause, I think that's one of the biggest concerns is, an accidental discharge or a missed target, and people wondering around how far bullets may travel. Something also maybe to consider is maybe to just allow archery hunting, because there may be less of a danger. I also, this is a hot button issue. This is written about in the paper, and some people, get very concerned about it. They have a little, bears look so cute and cuddly, but we do have to recognize that they are wild animals, and they'll lose their fear of humans if we don't behave the right way. We have deer. I don't know if it's still a problem now, but at my father's house, deer would eat the bushes and you pull right up and they wouldn't even pay attention and leave. So we don't want bears to start going into garbage cans and then going into people's houses. But I don't think hunting will be an effective way of controlling it, because if we have an aggressive bear, hunting can only occur during a hunting season. There has to be a hunter. He can't get to where the aggressive bear is. So I really think we should look into other measures, such as bear proofing. If we do allow hunting, somebody mentioned notification and maybe clear markings of the properties, so that people, when they are in these public parks, they don't accidentally hike onto somebody's property where hunting's being allowed. And one of the things people didn't mention was, firearms can also ricochet. They can miss a target, and even if you're aiming down, they could bounce up. And one of the big things is bird feeders, trash. That's what's really attracting the bears. And with the timing of the hunting seasons, I think too, as many people would say, I wouldn't say I'm completely against this ordinance, but I think it should be well thought out and really see if there's going to be a danger from people discharging firearms within the township. And I guess I will close by saying that I think the committee has been very respectful, because many of the commenters have gone over 3 minutes, so you have taken a lot of time to listen to what we say.
One or two, whatever, 3 minutes, John.
So-
Sorry, Karen does it all the time, so.
And as far as Facebook, it's hard to separate what's said on Facebook, but it's also, there's Facebook, there's campaigns, and there's things like that, and that's what happens in politics. But we have to come forward, and we also have to be respectful of the committee and the meeting process. But I guess, we're only citizens, so you have to grant us more leeway. But thank you very much.
If I may, I think one of the things that people should be mindful of when they're commenting on social media is, we may be your target, but you're talking about, accidental shots. You know who really gets it? It's our families. I'm not bothered by it. I've been in this business for a very long time now, and I wouldn't have survived if I didn't have a thick skin. Take all the shots you want. Come out here and, do your thing. I don't care. I'll engage with you, and I'll try to do it in a respectful way. But when you post stuff on Facebook, I'm not reading it, but my wife is, and my kids are. And that's the same with the folks up here. You don't have the ability of just targeting them. You get all of us. You get our whole family.
Yeah, I understand. It's like sending a mailer out there.
Yeah, and I appreciate your comments, so thank you.
Jane Devlin, 25 Hickory Place, Chatham Township. I don't do anything on social media. I am not on Facebook, Instagram, anything. I hear through general grapevine that everyone's upset about the social media, but I have no idea as to any specific comments. Anything. That said, I just did not want to be lumped into the category when you are addressing this audience. You cannot make the assumption that everyone that comes out here to speak their opinion and thought on a particular issue are the same people that may be writing scathing things on social media. So I think you did a big leap by, in my opinion, by addressing people, the room at large, to assume the people in this room may or may not be saying scathing things on social media. As well, let me just please finish this. As well, I'm not familiar.
We all know that when you have something to say, you address us individually,
Yes.
you address us as a group, you write
Thank
letters to
you.
the editor, you come to the meetings. You're a very engaged individual. We're talking about one particular thing here. We're talking about this ordinance, and it is 20 minutes to midnight. So with all due respect, and I mean that, because you and I know one another, but we would like to move along. If you're talking about the bear ordinance, then that's great. But seriously,
I second that request, please. It's 20 minutes to 12.
Can I just finish 2 sentences,
Per our bylaws,
please?
we have to finish at midnight, so let's please move on.
Could I just finish your 2 sentences, please? Saying please, please?
You could have already said your 2 sentences. Okay, fine.
Okay. I got a little discombobulated with the thoughts, but that's actually, with social media, I don't even know if the people that are saying the real mean things hide behind anonymity. But I do have to thank what Ms. Schwartz said. I do believe if you're going to have opinions, whether you agree or disagree with people, you should say it in a respectful way, say your opinion through the newspaper, through a letter, through a public forum, but put a face to your convictions
Thank
and
you,
not
Jane.
stand behind anonymous bullying.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me finish.
Indeed. Anyone else want to come forward? Please. Seeing no one else come forward, we'll close out the public hearing on this ordinance. Any discussion by the committee?
I have some comments. Let me recap what has been said.
get the 1 minute time. 1 minute. 60 seconds. You're ready.
Okay.
You're burning daylight.
Okay, and I just want to add one thing, that since just elected a few months ago, I campaigned and knocked on probably 2,000 doors and met with probably 1,000 people and, 1,000 households, and honestly, I have not heard anything about this issue. Nobody told me there's an issue about this, so I wanted to mention that. And, the police chief got calls, and, many calls, apparently everybody called him, and I asked him as well, so what was the, what's the, accounting on the, number of incidents, and I got the answer that you all heard today, and I see how passionate the opposition is, I've received emails, I received messages, and I see tonight it's only 50 minutes, and I want to stop here, and looked for facts to support this ordinance, and I could not find one. And because of that, I will not support this ordinance. That's it.
Anyone else?
So, Mr. Mayor, if you will, would you like to go?
I have
Mr. Mayor, if I
things
could
to
just
say,
interrupt.
but
You're
if you would
having a
like to-
discussion before there's a motion on the floor.
All right.
There should be a motion either
So-
for or against the ordinance, a second, and a discussion, and then you vote on that motion. But statements before the motion is on the floor should be withheld until there is something to address. Nothing's on the floor right now. You had a public hearing.
So we don't have to have a
because
second and a vote, but we can have a motion.
You can have a motion to adopt it, you can have a motion to not adopt it, you can have a motion to table it, but you should move on a motion.
So, but if we move on a motion, we have to have a second,
Yes.
Right.
You
So-
can't,
and then have the discussion.
yes.
Sure. So, in light of having the discussion, I will move the motion
For what, to adopt it?
to adopt it.
Second.
But, I was going to say, but here we are, so we have a second, so let's have the discussion. First, I would say,
A motion and a second to adopt the ordinance.
right. I think it would have been nicer to have the discussion before we had the motion, but I know, Albert's a stickler for the rules, I know. So, first off, this didn't come up in the last, month or 3 weeks ago. I want to just point out the mayor, because really he's been, out in the forefront on this. My line has always been, don't pet the bears. If you see a bear, don't pet the bear. But, the mayor has done a lot of work on this, did do some video work, talked to the Fish and Wildlife game. I believe there was a presentation in Lafayette School a couple of years ago.
We've had
That
two
was
presentations.
two presentations. That was all your efforts. So I want to, a lot of people talked and here, and a lot of people tonight had talked about education. So I want to, for people who aren't aware of it, certainly Mr. Ritter has made every effort to educate the people. And I do, as the lady said from Wharton, I think it's, he had a genuine concern. He has a genuine concern about the safety of children and everyone. And bears, as we've heard a lot of comments tonight, it could pose a problem. I look at this ordinance and I wasn't looking at, as Mr. Higgins was looking at, we're going to have, licensed people and have a bear hunt, this week or try to squeeze it in before bear hunt season. I looked at it as just an addition to our existing ordinance. And if the state, again, the state regulates the hunting, if the state, felt that there's a bear issue, and if we ever felt that the bears had increased in population to the point where it is becoming troublesome, that we would have an ordinance on the books and we wouldn't have to come here and debate this and introduce it and wait 2 weeks, that it was on the books. I don't look at this as an ordinance in the next 2 days or next year or the year after. I think the chief has pointed out, and I think we've all talked about it, that the high, it's high, you could probably put giraffes on this ordinance and they wouldn't get hunted either with the bear, is the likelihood. But we don't know, because we live, next to 8,000 acres of beautiful wildlife refuge, and we don't know what's going to happen to the population in the future. And it may come a time where we might want to, or need to, or feel the need to. And the fact that the ordinance would be on the books, we wouldn't have to go through this exercise. So I saw it more as an administrative addition, certainly with the need to have the permission of the landowner, to have the permission of the chief, and understanding where it makes sense in the town. And maybe there can be some things to tighten up the notices. We do that all the time with, depending on what's going on certain neighborhoods and streets. As the one young lady mentioned about noticing where the permits are there. But again, you have to have the permission of the landowner, you have to have the permit from the state, and you have to have the permission of the chief. So I just saw it as, I see it as an ordinance that is available to us if we needed it. I don't think we need it at the present, but we may in the future. So that's my take on it. I'll give back the mic.
Thank you, Kevin. Any other comments?
I do. I am in agreement with Kevin in that I don't see this as a matter for immediacy of any sort. I think if we look at a nuisance population of wildlife, not necessarily giraffe, but if we have all of a sudden, you're looking out your front porch or your back porch on one of our local streets and you see a bear, okay, that's great. If you see more than 1 or 2 or 5 or 10, I'm not saying this is happening, but the idea of having this on the books is to take control over a nuisance population that could be dangerous, and I'm not talking about 1 bear or 2 or however many we estimate. This is a precautionary measure that would be on the books, as we've mentioned, in order to be able to take action. If it's a singular violent animal, we already have our folks, our police officers. A singular violent animal is not going to be the cause for somebody climbing up in a tree and getting his shotgun and hopefully hitting it before something bad happens. As far as hunting safety and hunting accidents, we have upwards of 40,000 traffic fatalities in this nation every year. 40,000. That's distracted driving, that's angry driving, that's sleepy driving. 40,000 traffic fatalities. And the studies will show you that we have less than 100 hunting fatalities. The quote of having thousands of hunting accidents, by and large, falls from people falling out of their tree blinds. And That's unfortunate for the hunter, but that's where the hunting accidents come into place. We have a record of between 80 and 90 hunting deaths in America per year. I will tell you that I am a member of the National Rifle Association. I have been for years. I support education. I support outdoorsmanship. I support hunting and fishing. I think there's nothing more respectful than a well-educated hunter, a well-educated fisherman, someone who enjoys the outdoors, and somebody who actually would be doing a service to society if we had a nuisance population, such as perhaps a nuisance population of bear in our home, in our hometown. I think we have a lot of misconceptions about what's going on here, too. I think we have a lot of hyperbole. We're not talking about one bear. We're not talking about everybody all of a sudden getting Mr. Magoo in their backyard with his shotgun thinking that there's a bear and only one bear in Chatham Township, and boy, is he going to get them. All things considered here, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we have no higher calling than to protect the safety and the trust of our citizens. And as I look across the hue and cry from our neighbors, if and when we have a nuisance bear population and the wheels of government can operate in its typical glacial fashion, then maybe it will be time to put this ordinance into effect. But up until now, I will not be voting for it.
If I may, Mayor, I will be voting no on this ordinance, and I do so recognizing that public safety is our most serious issue, and I compliment the thought and concern that went into this ordinance. But I don't think it addresses an existing public safety need. I don't think it would successfully address it if there was an aggressive bear. As some people said, I think that would require an immediate reaction, and that would have to be the police department, and I have trust in them. And I think that I am also receptive to the response of our constituents. I think that the overwhelming position of the feedback that we have gotten has been that our citizens don't want this in their town. And while when there is an immediate public safety issue, it may be our need to override that public opinion. But I think if the decision is that this is an administrative decision for a possible future need, that the message is loud and clear that we should hold off until that day comes. So I will vote no for this.
Do we need a roll call vote?
I'd like to make a comment.
Oh, well, absolutely, but...
But no, I appreciate everyone coming out tonight. I appreciate the opinions of my fellow committee members. I kind of harkened back a couple years ago when I had proposed upgrading the police department's capabilities to protect citizens with M4 rifles. There was an outcry. What's the one email I constantly get whenever you hear of a mass shooting at the schools? What are we doing to protect our children? Right? This ordinance, again, is designed with the public's safety at heart. It's not about just willy-nilly killing bears. It's about protecting our citizens. Trying to be proactive in this stance so that when, in fact, we need to, we can cull the bears. You get 20, 30 calls a year, or this year so far, of bears, right? Everyone asks about an aggressive bear. Black bears are docile until they're not. Right? Black bears are not aggressive until they are. I don't want a situation where we have a resident, young or old, who is confronted with a bear, does not know how to react, or does the proper training, and yet this bear, being a wild animal, charges and attacks the individual. That's what an aggressive bear is. Significant property damage, significant bodily harm to an individual. That's the impetus of this ordinance to begin with. So I appreciate everyone's comments this evening. I appreciate the committee's comments. But I also reiterate, those of you here tonight, you aren't the only voices in town. I have many people who have contacted me and spoken to me about their support of this ordinance. And just because they're not here tonight, don't think that their voices aren't being heard. I've heard them, and that's why I've introduced this ordinance. With that, we'll take a vote.
Mr. Mayor, if I could
Yes.
just add one thing. In light of the voices, it's very rare that we have people who show up. I mean, people do come to the microphone and thank us time to time. But it's very rare we have people come and say, "This is great. I'm so glad you guys are going to vote on this tonight. It's fantastic." People come in opposition. Very rarely do they come in support. And people come up and thank us, which is wonderful. We always appreciate that. But that's just how politics works.
Thank you, Kevin.
No. Mr. Kelly?
No.
Mr. Sullivan?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Schwartz?
With all due respect to Mayor Ritter and to my colleague Kevin, no.
Mayor Ritter?
Yes.
Motion is defeated.
Moving on to our fifth ordinance of the night. 5 minutes left. Ordinance 2017-18. -18. This is an ordinance of the Township of Chatham, County of Morris, State of New Jersey, establishing annual service charges for water pollution control system number 1. Open up for a public hearing. If anyone wants to come forward and speak to this ordinance.
You have to talk faster.
Seeing no public comment? Come on up, Jessica. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
No. Mr. Sullivan? Yes. Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. Sullivan?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Schwartz?
Yes.
Mayor Ritter?
Yes. Next ordinance, 2017-19, an ordinance of the Township of Chatham, County of Morris, State of New Jersey, establishing annual service charges for water pollution control system number 2. Anyone from the public like to come forward? All right.
Taxes.
Any motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second. Mr. Sullivan?
Yes.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. Sullivan?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Schwartz?
Yes.
Mayor Ritter?
Yes. Moving on to the consent agenda.
If this was Congress, you could have tagged something on the end of one of those to allow bear hunting.
I'll make an amendment to allow bears in the water pollution control system.
That'll be the hunting now.
Moving on to the consent agenda. Greg, you want to read those out for us?
Quickly.
Payment of bills, receipt of reports, approving meeting minutes, approving executive session minutes, releasing escrow balances, designating bond anticipation note, refunding police third-party overtime, escrow, interlocal service contract for animal control services, budget transfers, refunding overpayment of taxes, cancellation of reconciling items, cancellation of unexpended balances, and authorizing tax foreclosure on certain properties.
Any discussion on these items? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Seconded. Mr. Sullivan?
Yes.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. Sullivan?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Schwartz?
Yes.
Mayor Ritter?
Yes. Do we have any other discussion items? Anyone?
Are you sure?
Open up for hearing of citizens one last time. Anyone want to come forward? All right, see no one coming forward. Resolution 2017-P17.
Is Mr. Cruz here? Are we having executive session?
I believe we are, right?
Yeah. I think so. No?
No?
No updates?
We got 4 minutes, Greg.
Do you want to call it a night?
No, I don't think we need an executive session.
No?
No.
All right. Do I, should just kind of drag it out for another 3 or 4 minutes here? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I make that motion.
Is there a second?
No seconds, I think we have to stay here.
That, I'm seconding that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, good night.